please welcome my guests for this evening, VEGGIEBLT and FIVETAIL.
Hello, how's it going, everybody? How you doing today, Veg?
I'm doing pretty great. How are you doing, Five?
I'm doing pretty good, Shay. How are you doing today?
I'm doing pretty good, and before we truly descend into the madness, if you two could go on and introduce yourselves, I'm sure that the vast majority of people here are already familiar with you, but just in case, let's get our bases covered.
I guess it's time for me to Jay, have you heard my intro?
Oh, I have, and it's great.
Okay, perfect.
I always appreciate a well-rehearsed intro.
Hello, everyone. My name is VEGGIEBLT, streamer, voice actor, content creator. I spent 7 years in radio. I'm the voice, face, and mind behind such internet famous posts as Who Put Spiders on My Dick, that is now 10 years old, the original Breadgineer cosplay, the guy who sent a box of bullshit to his parents' house and got famous on Tumblr for it, and of course, most recently, depressed alcoholic TikTok Eggman. Jay, do you know what else I'm pretty well known for doing?
I mean, you already have a pretty comprehensive list. What else?
There's some. Did you know that I have shit my pants on stream?
Twice.
I forgot to load voice mod.
Hello, everybody. My name's FIVETAIL. I'm, as some people in chat have already pointed out, I'm your favorite retired they-them magical girl. You may know me as the writer-director of an old visual novel called Featherbent, which we're currently working into an original IP. I'm the tail in VEGGIEBLT, and I'm about, I want to say, 78% of Veg's impulse control. Thank you for coming to this segment tonight, everybody, and thank you for having us.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine. I've been looking forward to this, and I am so excited that you all said yes. So, I don't even know where to begin. You already mentioned your rather extensive resumes, shall we say. That there's a lot of places to potentially start, but I guess, let's start with the more recent, that you all are in the final steps of one of the most comprehensive Pokemon Nuzlockes I've ever seen.
Yeah!
So much so that you have retitled it. This is no longer a Nuzlocke. This is a Traumalocke. And the basic premise here is that functionally it behaves the same as a Nuzlocke in that one Pokemon per route, and that if the Pokemon faints, it is gone. But the trauma part here is that you have built this spiraling lore for the world and for every Pokemon that you have caught, whether or not they are in the party, that people can, through either subs or points or other things, add something to the lore, but you also you've created this universe in Pokemon Emerald, which is, I believe, otherwise unmodded. Correct me if I'm wrong?
Correct. That is correct, yeah.
And also that for you five, this is the first time that you have played Pokemon Emerald. So this is a whole new experience for you in that as well. And I'm also now realizing that I have you flipped versus where your names are on screen. I might switch that as we go. But where did the initial inspiration for the Traumalocke come from? Is this something that somebody else has done? If so, I am not aware of it.
No. So, you may notice that the stream is tagged ADHD. We both have ADHD.
Oh yeah, big time.
And the only upside to ADHD, besides the occasional bout of hyperfixation being good, is sometimes things just pop into your brain. There was no starting moment for this. I was just laying in bed and I went, what if a Nuzlocke made you cry? And then I ran to Five and I went, hey, I had an idea. And Five went, cool. How are we going to do it? And I went, oh.
Well, it was in general. It's something that is that did help aid the idea, if I'm remembering correctly. Is that we have cultivated a very wonderful community who enjoy seeing us suffer.
As most chats do.
Exactly. So the idea of a Nuzlocke has been tossed around in suggestions once or twice. But then Veg came to me and was like, "Hey, this is something interesting that we could do." And then I was like, "Okay, how can?" I'm always trying to figure out how I'd be able to contribute to a stream when we have a project like this, because Veg was originally the one who was going to play through Emerald, because Veg played the original Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald games when they first came out. So the stream started, and it started with Veg playing, and I suggested that I'm a writer, that's what I do, and I'm pretty good at coming up with headcanons, and if for those who are unaware, headcanons are just little tidbits of information, little facts that you make up about characters. So I was like, okay, well, in order to make this like super traumatizing, what we can do is we can make up stories for the Pokemon that we catch. We can name them, we can give them backstories, we can give them a whole story arcs and narrative arcs and all that stuff.
It's such a logical progression of the Nuzlocke formula, because the whole reason that you are supposed to name your Pokemon in a Nuzlocke is for that very reason, to create that emotional connection, to make it so you really feel it if they faint, to make you want to fight that little bit more, and that it's very understandable that in the initial conception of the Nuzlocke formula that they aren't going to have something as robust as, all right, let's add in lore and build it out over the course of the run, but you all adding it here seems so natural.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's something. I'm always trying to figure out how to contribute, and because I'm a writer by trade, I was like, okay, yeah, this is a thing that I can contribute to the stream. So we started off the run, and then I want to preface this by saying that I hadn't touched a mainline Pokemon game in 5 years, or no, more than 5 years, since X came out. That was the last mainline Pokemon game that I played, and Veg hadn't played Emerald since he originally cleared those first 3 games as a kid. So it was the first few streams, and I'm very intimately familiar with this because I've actually been going over the VODs, because I'm cutting a Nuzlocke video for us for when everything is finished.
How long do you anticipate that will be? Because usually you'll see Nuzlocke compilations, and that usually they're ending up somewhere between 20 minutes, maybe if it's really comprehensive, it'll be an hour. You all have been doing this once a week for 3 or 4 months, and they aren't short streams.
No, they're not. Yeah, no, I've decided after watching like Pokemon challenges and Flygon HG during my whole research period, it's probably going to be around like maybe 40 minutes ish, because I'm definitely
okay. That's not unreasonable.
It's not too bad, but what all I'm doing is I'm trimming down the run so that hopefully Pokemon challenges will watch it. Cough cough. But a friend of ours is actually cutting down the entire stream, not for the Nuzlocke run itself, but for every Pokemon that we've named and the headcanons we came up with and all the bits and stuff like that.
Yeah,
exactly. So that's probably going to be quite a bit longer, I would imagine. But yeah, it's been a really, really incredible journey, because we started off and we were kind of bumbling through it a little bit, because obviously neither of us have touched Pokemon in a really long time.
You seem to be bumbling rather effectively.
I was bumbling. Let's be clear here. I went into this. Five had multiple heart attacks, and I kept saying, nah, it'll be fine. And then Five basically grabbed me by the shoulders and went, this is no longer your stream. You are not in control of this. Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain now. And I went, okay.
Okay, well, I'm gonna say we were both bumbling, okay? You don't have to take that on for yours. We were both bumbling through it, but...
Which of us almost killed our children like 5 times? Which of us almost lost to what was twice again? That was a,
Twice was Watson's gym. So, okay,
Watson's gym is infamous.
Watson's gym
Before that. When we actually caught twice, then Nincada.
Okay, yeah. Oh, like when we first caught her.
Yeah. We almost lost to a random ass Nincada.
We almost, that is true. But you know, it's growing pains, because like it's just
How
something.
How do you lose to a Nincada? Because again, this is not a randomizer. It's not like they somehow have some absurd ability and hyper beam. It's a Nincada. What happened?
there's this one cut in the video where I ask what a swallow was, and I was like, I think it's a bird. That's the level of Pokemon knowledge we had going into this.
Even so, that I think at the very least, a Swallow is going to be strong against Nincada, because you're right, Swallow is a bird.
It was not. It wasn't. We didn't have a Swallow. What almost?
I'm pretty sure it was Peepa, so I'm pretty sure it was our Lotad. I'm fairly certain.
Died.
But basically, the thing that kind of sparked this was not only were we like bumbling through the first few streams there, we were also clearly like very heavily relying on chat for like information, and we got to Watson's gym, and I remember this as clear as day. I was like, hey, do you guys think we're a little bit underleveled for Watson's gym? And everyone was like, no, you're fine. Always Sunny title card, we were not fine. And from that moment on, I knew I couldn't trust anyone but myself.
The gang goes into a gym underleveled.
Pretty much.
That was
wild.
That was when we had the explosion incident.
The Voltorb incident, yes. Yeah.
So who did we have out? Was it twice?
We were pivoting between Rover and Twice, but it was against Watson's Electrode, and we didn't know when it was going to use self-destruct.
So that's a Nincada and an Aeron. And we were like, okay, the Aeron will survive the survive the self-destruct. Yeah. And the Nincada won't.
Something like that. And then we pivoted to Twice because we thought that it would use Spark, and then it ended up blowing up, and it missed.
What?
We started with one sand attack. One sand attack.
Because I was going to say, just on its base stats, that's a 100 accuracy move, so there had to have been accuracy lowering somehow along the way, and also just flavorfully, conceptually, explosion and self-destruct missing is so hilarious.
I need to see if I can find the art of it. Someone drew art of the explosion going off and her just standing there staring ahead with murderous intent as it like went around her.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, no, it was a weird intersection as well, because like around the time that, just before that happened, Veg was having some pretty severe internet issues that he ended up getting resolved a couple of weeks later. So before that, actually playing the game transferred over to me, and it was a whole different ballpark when I started playing. I'm like, oh, this is a lot scarier now that I'm in the seat. So it started with me just having type matchups up. And then I added like a tab so I can look up enemy Pokemon and figure out what types they were. And then the tabs just kind of added on and on and on and on and on.
Multiple people in chat have already referenced the spreadsheets. And yes, indeed, there are 2 spreadsheets, one of which has multiple tabs. That there is the Nuzlocke Pokedex, which is essentially, I would call this the lore sheet. That this has all of the Pokemon in your party. It has their lore, their information, their art, which has been done by Master Biggles for all of them.
Master Biggles and Ruby,
delightful.
Yes.
And Ruby.
And then you have the ITT5 Slowly Learns How Pokemon Works spreadsheet, which has a week-by-week breakdown of this run, but then also a calculator for crit range, which it's not a rare thing to have that when you're doing a Nuzlocke run of just, okay,
of course,
basically I need to know, am I in death range at all here? But then it also has the full readout of every Pokemon, every trainer that you will face in the game, their stats, their moveset, everything. And also, when it comes to your own bookkeeping for your own Pokemon, that you have kept not just the basics of, all right, what is their types, what are their moves, but everything for their IVs, their nature, their stats. You have gone all in. EVs and IVs, generally speaking, if you know of their existence, you are in the minority of Pokemon players, and you are already in very, very advanced territory. For this being your learns how Pokemon works, you've certainly dived in head first.
Oh, absolutely. That's one thing I like to point out for that specific spreadsheet is if you go from week 1 to week 10, you can see the devolution of the brain rot just settling in there. Because it's.
Oh yeah, week 1 doesn't have the stat spread. It doesn't have these columns
it's just
get
me.
added.
That's just me, baby.
Somewhere around week 4. Week 4 is the pivot point.
Yeah.
It's one of those things where I'm not gonna lie, the thing with Watson's Gym didn't feel very good. Just because I'm not against losing a Pokemon to a Nuzlocke or something like that, but the fact that
But it's a challenge.
Exactly. The run itself was could have ended at any time just because I didn't know something. And people typically do Nuzlocks to make the game, make a Pokemon game that they're very familiar with just a little bit harder, so they can rely on I didn't have that because this was my first time playing Emerald. So I didn't aim to go for a deathless run. I wasn't aiming to go for a deathless run. I just didn't want any stupid mistakes to happen because of my lack of knowledge. And now we're at the gates of the Elite Four, deathless with no missed encounters. And
the pressure is on because
and
if anything, it would feel better if you had lost 1 or 2 along the way.
Exactly.
But now you're actually defending perfection.
Exactly. And I've been because this is my first Pokemon playthrough, Pokemon Emerald playthrough. I wanted the most quote unquote like authentic experience possible, so I didn't hack in rare candies. So I'm grinding at Sky Tower. It's awful. I'm not doing that again. But I have spent the past week, and I'll spend the next week and a half training everybody up so we can have the grand finale. And I've graduated from spreadsheets to flowcharts because I learned how the Pokemon Emerald AI actually works. So I have flowcharts based on what move the opponent trainer picks and how I should react to that, etc., etc., etc. So it's a journey. I'm excited for it to be over positive, because I'm just kind of like it's been a lot of work, but it's been fun. It's been fun going down this little rabbit hole, and yeah.
Do you think that you will ever attempt a Traumalocke again? That I certainly don't expect that this is something that you will finish one and immediately begin another. But do you think that this will be a one-time experience, or is it something that maybe in 6 months, a year, that you might embark upon again?
Well, for me personally, I am so familiar with how Pokemon Emerald works and how Gen 3 in general works. I think that it would be really fun for like me possibly in my own time to do like a hardcore Nuzlocke. So that's playing in set mode, not using anything but held items, etc., etc. Just to test my knowledge and see if I could retain the things that I've learned. So I'm less hardcore on the spreadsheets, more on memory of going through these areas before. As a channel, though, we haven't really discussed it.
Yeah, so one thing that I personally like is I have found occasionally we sometimes fall back on ideas, we sometimes fall back on bits. I am very much a look to the future, look to new things kind of person. And so if we were to do it again, I would say it's far in the future or for something special. And part of that is I don't want to say tarnish the memory of the Traumalocke, but it's special. It's special.
It is, yeah.
And I want to leave it something special.
That makes sense.
Absolutely. Like the one thing that we have, and this isn't us announcing anything or anything, but like putting, because I'm so familiar with Emerald, like putting that in the back pocket because it's like a possible like charity stream, because Flygon HD did this really cool thing where he did a Nuzlocke and had different donations do different things to affect his Nuzlocke run. So you could resurrect a Pokemon or box one or etc. etc.
Yeah.
And I think something like that might be really fun, but that would definitely just be probably like a one-time thing. But right now I'm just trying to get through the Elite Four without dying, and after that I can breathe a sigh of relief and retire the spreadsheets involved.
Do you have any favorite moments or just favorite lore bits that you have as you
Kevin.
have with your chat, that the party that you have, it is a union, and
Kevin.
we'll
Yes.
get into the broader running bit of the union later on, but there's so much going on, and I'm not going to necessarily read through all of this lore because that would
Oh, yeah, of course.
take a good 15 minutes to get through. But do you have any either just favorite absurd moments or any bits of lore that when they were thought of that you two just lost it?
Kevin.
Yeah, Veg, I'll let you. I've been talking a while. I'll let you go ahead.
So yeah, because Five's job is to make sure our creations don't die. My job is I give them life. FIVETAIL gives them not death. Which is funny because that kind of flips around the roles, because initially we're like, oh yeah, Five's a writer. Five's really good at coming up with headcanons, and I found myself more and more. I take comedy very seriously. I am genuinely and unironically taking clown college classes starting next month. That's a thing we should probably talk about later.
Oh, yes.
And one of the first rules of comedy is that you never go with your first thought. So like, for instance, name a Gen 3 Pokemon. Any Gen 3 Pokemon.
Metagross.
Okay, Metagross. What is the first joke you can think of with a Metagross? Well, what would its personality be? What's the first thing off the top of your head?
Stoic supercomputer.
Okay, toss that out the window. Go with your second thought. Keep a bit of it.
Yep.
We have computer. Take that. It runs on Windows 95, and it's a boomer.
Damn it! We don't get a belt.
Yeah, okay, all right, write that
Actually,
down,
no.
write that
so,
down,
so
yeah.
actually, I'm going to iterate on this.
Yeah.
I like the idea of the operating system, but Metagross, the thing is, it is supposed to be more futuristic, so it runs on Windows 11.
There you go!
No! And this is where you meet in the middle. It runs on Vista.
Okay.
Because Emerald came out in like, what, 2006?
Oh, no,
So
you just need to
Vista-
actually go back and find what was the OS of the day.
Yeah, hold on. Pokemon Emerald came out in 2004.
Really quick, I like to imagine that whenever it lands a crit, it does a little ta-da noise from the old Windows. Ta-da! Yeah, exactly.
Windows Vista was being tested in 2004.
And that would make that
with a wide
the
release in
supercomputer
2006.
advanced analogy, so Vista it is.
Exactly, yeah. And so that's how we end up creating the backstories of these Pokemon, is you take your first idea and you don't throw it away, but you tear at it until you find something funny. And then you expand on that. And our best out of all of them was Kevin.
And like I said, I don't want to read through all of these entries, but I will read through Kevin, since when I asked, you had the name Kevin so fast.
Oh,
And we
yes.
have Kevin the Anorith here. Kevin is just a normal man, revived as a fossil from the ancient year of 1987, pays his taxes, goes to bed before 11 p.m., plays fetch with butt chess. So who is butt chess? I feel like I need to...
So my IRL's dog's name is Duchess. She's a little ball
of
fluff
course.
and love. And when we caught a oh god, I forget names.
Puccino.
Yeah,
Puccino?
Puccina.
Yeah.
People immediately went, name it Duchess, name it Duchess.
Yep, I found
we
it
have
right
a
here.
bot in our stream
Yeah.
called Buttsbot.
Yeah.
It
replaces, yeah.
It randomly replaces words or sections of words from chatters with the word butt. And someone said Duchess, and Buttsbot spoke up and said Butchess. And we were like, there we go, we got it.
It's all
Thanks,
over.
Buttsbot.
Drives a Toyota Yaris. Whenever someone gets boxed, he greets them with a, "Whoa, they just let anyone in here these days." Says, "Thanks, I needed that," when someone makes him laugh. No one has ever seen Kevin angry, and there is a union Deadpool over who will finally push him over the edge. Sushi bets never.
So,
Oh, yeah, you go on.
I was going to say, if I remember correctly, the way that we led to this idea was someone said, fossil, caveman. Because originally people wanted to name him like Grug, I think, and like, or like caveman words, and I went, okay, what if we take the idea of being old and interesting and rein it back? He's just a little old, and he's boring and normal. Yeah, and then Monty's the one who, because we were coming up with names. That's what it was. We were like, okay, yeah, Unga, maybe Bunga, and then Monty just said Kevin.
Yeah, and then
just
we're like,
one word in chat, Kevin.
It's just like,
and
yeah.
From there it went, okay, he can be old, but it's from the ancient year of 1987. He's just a guy. Because what's funnier than like you know, you unfreeze a caveman, you expect him to be, oh, me caveman. No, he's just a dude. It's like, hi guys. It's
He's
me,
just
Kevin.
a guy. He's just a dude.
He's just a man. Just normal men.
And
Just innocent men.
Exactly. And it's something that it's something that we collaborate with Chad on a lot. And I think that's a lot of what makes it magical. It's the fact that whenever we catch a Pokemon, my go-to is like, chat, what do we name this Pokemon? And chat, you know, throws out headcanons and they throw out Pokemon names, and like it's a big collaborative effort.
Group comedy can be the best comedy.
Oh, absolutely.
That is one thing I learned a long time ago, is to always trust the comedy of your audience. It's not that your audience is always funnier than you, but your audience always has a greater capacity for comedy than you.
It's true. It's very much true.
And so if you can grab something from the audience and elevate it to a new level, it connects you to your audience, but also you do less work.
Yep.
That is
There's
true.
less work on you.
And it's like even the fact that sorry for calling you out here, Monty, but even the fact that Monty is here saying, oh yeah, Kevin, I was the one who said Kevin. The fact that we have different members in the chat who can be like, yeah, I helped with that name, or I helped with that one line in that headcanon. It just makes the experience a lot more special, I think. And
it
I
becomes
think
personal. It becomes just
exactly
the actual connection of it all, and that, you know, from that sort of psychological perspective of that makes folks in the community in chat feel like they have, you know, some level of agency in this whole creation, and obviously makes them more invested themselves in everything.
Exactly, yeah. And it's something that's just it's so delightful to do every week.
Chat is demanding I tell you about one of our other favorites. I unfortunately do not remember for the life of me how we came to this. I do not remember the inciting incident of Cramorb.
Oh god, yeah, I'm not entirely
I have
sure
here Cramorb the Voltorb. Cramorb joined because he fell in love with Rover's bubble at first sight. He's an amalgamation of everyone on Seinfeld, the comedic prowess of Jerry, the zaniness of Kramer,
Sorry, go on.
the know-how of Elaine, and the innate sex appeal
Sorry, go on.
of George. Every time he walks...
Sorry, go on.
Have you gone
into
to
a room, the
system?
baseline transition plays not from Seinfeld, from Chug Jug.
Yes. So this was a bit we had where we caught anytime we sent him out in a Pokemon battle, Veg would play his
It's the walk to plate music.
Exactly. You gotta. But oh boy.
I've just been collecting a bunch of them. I have so many.
What are you gonna do with them once we're done this?
I don't know. Delete them from my hard drive.
You and I both know you're not doing that.
No, I'm not.
But the last one I want to touch on, because this was my favorite, and I'm biased because I kind of took this one by the reins myself, is the relationship between Sushi and Sashimi. So Sushi was a Magikarp that we caught, and it was a very, very angry little Magikarp that wanted to kill us. He would sell our souls for one corn chip. Like, this was a really angry little fish. And then when we got him to evolve into a Gyarados, we came up with a headcanon that he took anger management classes, and he's really mellow now, and he's the leader of the union. So that's Sushi or Gyarados. and I ended up catching a Feebas, and creating this whole backstory with the Feebas named Sashimi, where they used to be like childhood friends, and Sushi like got out of the slums and was able to make a name for himself.
This is where the deep lore really comes into play. That it's not just that you have built the backstories of each of the characters of each of the Pokemon, but that you have built also, to some degree, not all of them, but that you have built their relationships with each other.
Oh, yes. Yes, we try to, it's really funny when, and this is where the chat participation comes into play, because when we're coming up with headcanons for somebody that we caught, they're like, oh, they're into this hobby. Does that mean this other Pokemon we caught earlier is involved somehow? Because they're, tangentially related.
You're now finding the threads of, okay, if this one has this, who else can they relate to? That you are you have created these pathways that enable the connections.
Yeah, precisely, and it's just with Sushi and Sashimi, particularly if you scroll down in that document, you'll see some artwork done by Ruby and JoJo, and that's some of my favorite artwork from the entire run. And
that's some of my favorite artwork I've just ever seen involved in anything we've ever done. Oh my god!
Yeah, can I just get this on a print, please? I want this now.
These both, I was going to say, do look like prints. That in particular, the yin yang.
Yeah.
Holy cow!
So a big influence of that. This year we started the Yakuza series. For the first time.
Mm-hmm.
Have you played any of the Yakuza games?
I have not. That I've seen a couple streams of bits and pieces here. I have past guests who absolutely swear by the series. I'm very familiar with it from an observer standpoint, but haven't played any of them myself.
Very much Majima and Kiryu coded is what we were going for.
Mm-hmm.
The sworn blood brother, Kiryu and Nishiki. I don't know why I said Majima. Yeah, Kiryu and Nishiki, where it's like a blood brother sort of thing. Oh god.
Yeah, it's definitely been a very wild ride, and I'm very thankful for the memories that we've made along the way. I wish I had some. This is gonna sound. I wish we were just a little bit more popular, so I can afford to commission an anime ending outro of our adventure so far. But unfortunately, that is much outside of my budget.
At least now, yes. But this is going to become the deep lore that.
Yes.
In its own way, the lore of the Traumalocke will now become your own lore.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's something that I will be able to keep forever. And it's great.
Genuinely, my one dream that I have had for streaming is to have a lore that rivals Germa's. That's the only thing I've ever truly, besides an audience I can be proud of, which I already have. I love my chat very much. Love you, chat. You guys are great. I also want someone to make us a wiki. I want our
careful what you ask for now.
I want our jokes to be so complex, deep-seated, and confusing that someone can check a wiki and go, what the fuck is twice?
Oh, okay. We look up the twice page.
What? Why the Toyota Yaris?
Didn't you, at our most recent, at our brand meeting, Veg did promise to cosplay a Toyota Yaris.
I did. I'm still working on that.
Yeah.
So what is the general concept for cosplaying a car here? That are you planning on just doing sort of a box around you and decorating it and making it look like a Yaris, or is this going to be an anthropomorphized Yaris? Where are we falling in this potential spectrum here?
So, are you familiar with the Venture Brothers?
Again, more so as
osmosis.
Osmosis. Yes.
I was gonna say, if you know what Truculles looks like, I was initially thinking that where it's build a cardboard Toyota Yaris around my body. That's way too much work. We're at the point now of possibly just going to an Office Max and printing out a really big picture of a Yaris front and a Yaris back and hanging it over my shoulders with duct tape.
Yep, that just sort of go the the spy in TF2, but what the ally team sees.
Oh my god. Hold
Sandwich
on, that's not a
board.
bad idea.
Sandwich board Yaris.
Yeah, just sandwich board.
Oh my god.
There is a lot of potential here. I'm also generally in favor of the sandwich board just because if you're going to make it big and bulky, that's just going to make getting around a convention a pain.
Yeah, it really is. So, I was going to say, part of the reason that... So, Yaris was a joke way before that. Do you know about what we do on Sundays?
I do not. Or if I do, I've forgotten what is specific about Sundays.
So, on Sundays, we play bingo. It is called...
Okay, yes.
Yeah, Bad Game Bingo. Where I have found some absolutely garbo, stinky, horrible, awful video games. And we play them, and we found that there are common
Yeah, there's overarching
tropes.
trends, similarities, and that you all have basically a randomly generated bingo board that everybody in chat can create their own, and that as you run into one of these tropes, you check off the bingo board, and that you just go from there. Yes.
Things like A-posing or bad cutscenes.
Clipping through the environment.
Clipping through the environment, me breaking the game, me flying, me getting so mad I pop a blood vessel, etc., etc. And one of the first ever games we played was Toyota Yaris for the Xbox 360.
Yeah.
Oh
it was
boy,
a,
there
it
was a
it
whole
was a promotional
slew
game. Yeah.
of just immaculate shovelware for the 360.
It was 360 shovelware where, okay, if you had to make a video game about the Toyota Yaris, you know, just a normal ass car, what would it be? Hypothetically.
Now, is my assignment to actually make a fun game, or what is the simplest game
Your
to
assignment is your boss said, hey, them Xboxes, they make money. You got 3 weeks.
You make it a very simple racing game, a very simple time trial simulator, or otherwise just you drive around, you know, some area crazy taxi style.
Incorrect. You give the Toyota Yaris Dr. Octopus tentacles. You give it the ability to shoot lasers, and you have it grind in a half pipe while early 2000s techno blasts in the background, and you shoot robots.
It was unironically such a fun game.
We had to like tear ourselves away from it.
I respect the hell out of the Toyota executive that allowed that to actually be released, because that's incredible. You hear about these, and there's a couple of brands that are able to pull off that type of bullshit, and that generally speaking, I would not expect a mainstream Japanese brand to allow that type of absurdity. But that somebody said yes. I wish I could have seen the pitch meeting.
My theory, I don't think someone did say yes.
Oh, you think that they got the assignment and that the executive probably didn't care enough to actually have oversight and...
Yeah. Just went, yeah, that's a video game. All right, put it out. Because that's what it feels like. It's pretty, like, the controls were pretty fine. The music was bopping.
The music was great.
It genuinely felt like someone's passion project, and then their boss went, hey, can you make a Yaris video game? And he went, for how much money? How much is it gonna cost? Slaps a Yaris skin on already made video game. Here you go, boss. I'm a good employee. Can I have $30,000? No. Also, I hate you. Also, you're fired. Also, we're releasing your game.
Well, you
know,
know,
I think like the actual thing there would have been, it's already released, and then they see it, and then that conversation happens, and that it's too late because it's already out in the world because they didn't have the oversight.
It very much felt like It gave me nostalgic vibes. It very much felt like a game that you'd find in a box of cereal. You remember those old ass games you'd find in a box of Cheerios? And they weren't the greatest games, but like they were solid. I learned cribbage from one of those CDs. And it's just like it's a special place in your heart for the really low budget but endearing and functional PC computer games you get from cereal boxes. That was the Toyota Yaris game for us.
That's beautiful. I'm sure that there's some good videos of that. I feel like 2 minutes of a video of that game is probably enough, but I need to experience that for 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
It won't change your life, but if you're having a bad day, I'm not gonna lie, popping in Toyota Yaris for the Xbox 360 could at least make it from like a horrible day to like a kind of blah day. You know, it's not gonna solve depression or world hunger, but it's funny to watch the car go vroom vroom.
Gosh, that reminds me, do you remember the Burger King games for the Xbox 360?
Oh,
that's
absolutely.
Another one that's up there in terms of just corporate marketing on the 360 that decided to just go off the wall. And I feel like that makes a bit more sense for Burger King because they were always a bit more irreverent, especially when it came to their marketing towards younger demographics.
Yeah.
So that wasn't terribly shocking, but it was also just bizarre.
It was their old marketing campaigns. Them and Quiznos.
Oh boy, I remember those.
Yeah.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Those
Yeah.
sock puppets. Oh
those
my
things
god.
scared the hell out of me. Oh my god.
They haunt my nightmares to this day.
I can only dream our brand could terrify children like that.
We'll get there.
That's the real
I believe in you.
trauma. I've talked about this before, but the greatest compliment that I have ever gotten was back when I worked in radio. And I got a call from a guy in the hospital who went, "Hey man, I just want to let you know, you sent me to the hospital."
Wait.
And I went, "What?" He went, "Yeah, you told a joke yesterday that was really funny, and I crashed my car." I was like, that's someone belayed their own safety because I was that funny? Is that good? Is that bad? It's just...
I very much chalk that up to them. That's their own fault for not having self-control and being perhaps a bit too distractible, but at the same time, congratulations, I think.
Yeah, it's like weirdly almost a compliment. You're like, wow, is that good?
Possibly
I think the word for it is
indirectly.
blurst.
Yeah.
Blurst, yeah, blurst.
But,
Oh my gosh, I hope they... Well, obviously,
Oh, yeah, they
the
were
fact
fine.
that they called you means that they survived, so that's good.
They sent me updates. They sent me updates after the fact. They were fine in the end, but it was just like...
Did they continue listening, or were they sort of traumatized after that and was like, I don't know if I can listen to this guy anymore?
Oh, no, they won concert tickets like 2 or 3 months later after
Beautiful.
That's awesome.
Oh my
I think
gosh,
I think it was to Skillet.
No comment.
Can't believe the concert was more traumatizing than the crash.
But mentioning radio,
Oh boy.
Yeah.
so like you mentioned, you did radio prior to getting into VTubing, and that my initial reaction is, all right, if you've done any sort of broadcast prior to streaming, doesn't matter if it's VTubing, facecam streaming, whatever, that you probably have a bit of a leg up just in terms of, okay, you know how to navigate a soundboard, or you understand the basics of don't let there be dead air. But you said that there are 2 skills in particular that doing radio taught you, and that it's not those more technical ones. What did doing radio prepare you for streaming?
So, the 2 biggest things I learned in radio, hands in the air in chat. Who here wants to do entertainment streaming, anything where they have to build an audience? because there are two things I learned. Two things that are the most important things, and they're the things no one says out loud. The first thing I learned is show up. And I know that sounds simple. I know that sounds like the easiest thing. But in entertainment, getting people to, I'm sure you've learned this, people showing up late, people having difficulties with communications, people not responding to things.
This spans well beyond entertainment. This is just, if you want to succeed in damn near anything,
Yes.
that if it's business, entertainment, streaming, really anything, that yes, showing up and just the key word for everything, in my opinion, communication. That
Yes.
If you have to not show up because something has happened, that's not the end of the world, as long as you tell the other party, hey, I can't show up because blank of I'm sick or I was in a car accident or something.
the two most important things that pop out of showing up, though, one, you show people around you that you're reliable, which in the world of entertainment is unfortunately something that is often lacking. And two, and here's the most important thing about showing up, is you create a schedule. That is one of the biggest things. If you are doing live content, you want to be part of someone's routine. And back when I worked in radio, very often there would be others who were our contemporaries that didn't show up. You know, they would, you know, that day they'd be like, yeah, we partied too hard, hungover, yeah, we're just gonna play some music. And every morning I showed up, I did my job, and people were ready to go before then. And that's been my mantra with streaming. Create a schedule.
Yeah.
Make it so that people know when you're going live, they know when you're starting, and then show up.
Exactly. And that's a big thing, whether it is entertainment or just marketing, anything at all, that if you can create a habit that involves your brand, your show, your product, whatever, getting people into habits in terms of, like you said, growing an audience, growing a user base, what have you. That's why so many games have daily login rewards, because they are trying to create a habit.
Oh God, are we the daily login reward of streamers?
Are we the gotcha of streamers?
Oh my God, it was here the whole time. Oh,
Let's go.
it's always been here.
That's
Let's
why
go.
Twitch has the stream streak bonuses for channel points and everything, that it is incentivizing that habit, that continuity. I myself very much do not adhere to that. I've said it many times. If you want to be a good streamer, if you want to grow your community, increase your numbers, do things that my guests do. Do not do what I do. I have inadvertently designed Vtuber Talk to be the worst and most just number repellent concept possible on Twitch. I did not set out to design a show that would be incredibly deterrent to growth, but I fell into it, and for my specific goals, I have no intention to change it. And that just from the baseline, the first thing that you mentioned, a schedule, consistency. My big thing, I'm all about the guests, so I always schedule around my guests. I ask what time of day works for you, what dates work for you. I don't say I always have my show on Friday at 7 p.m. EST or whatever. No, that
Right.
I always say, when's your best time? When are you going to be at your best? Because goodness knows, I've had folks from Australia, from Japan, from England, and that if I try to shoehorn people into a specific time of day, one, they might not be awake, or if I force them to be awake at that time, they're probably not going to be at their best, or just certain people have obligations on certain days of the week, and that if I try to shoehorn everyone into a schedule because I want that consistency, I'm just going to miss out on guests, because people will say, well, I'm not available that day of the week, and I want to be there, but sorry, if that's the only day that works for you, I guess I can't be on your show.
So you have inadvertently done another little asterisk on that first thing that I learned. Even though the date isn't consistent, you know what I've noticed is it's once a week. You
Roughly,
always make announcement.
Yes.
That's the big thing. You make announcements and you stick to them. Showing up. Once again, it's just showing up. If you show up, people will learn you're consistent and people will want to watch. And that's the most important. That's the number one most important thing I learned was show up.
Yeah.
Show up, be consistent, and understand that your audience is watching you, which is the second thing that I learned. The second important thing I learned working radio, it's not something that a lot of people want to say, is you can always do better. Never settle. Not in the like Sigma grind set, always be grinding, always be improving. But just be aware that sometimes your first idea isn't the best. Sometimes you need to take an idea and build. Sometimes, quite a bit of the time, you need to find a way to stand out from your contemporaries. Which Five and I very often try to do. It's, yes, we could just stream a game, or we could stream a game and
add bells and whistles.
Blank. Not even bells and whistles. The very core of it has to be different from other playthroughs. So, for instance, when we were doing Ace Attorney,
Yes.
the first few streams, it was just a normal playthrough. But as we invited our friend Tide and as Segi came on the channel, one of the focuses came on pro VAs doing a game that a lot of people adored from their childhoods, and also being able to mix in the fact that Five and I have both become gigabrains when, mostly Five, occasionally me, become gigabrains when it come to figuring out plots.
Oh, yes.
Which is our twist on it is, I know that a lot of people enjoy watching us try to figure out plot pieces beforehand, and that's become our twist and how we make it better on games that involve mysteries, just like chair theory.
I was going to say, I see it in chat. Someone has mentioned chair theory, and this is something that you mentioned to me when we spoke earlier in the week, and I suppose tying the last bits off from that of just make things unique, do something that's a little bit different. One of the things that, at least to my knowledge, I do that very few other talk shows do, at least in this space, but is actually very common in the IRL late night talk show space, is pre-interviews. And I've been extraordinarily open about it from day one, that I am out here. This is my soapbox. This is me shouting from the rooftops. Do pre-interviews. I don't want that to be my unique thing anymore. I think it is literally the best decision I have made in the running of Vtuber Talk, and I think that so many people would benefit from it. I hope that eventually I will be mundane in that I have pre-interviews, but for now I think it continues to be, well, relatively unique in that it helps me, I think, get the best topics and the best reactions out of my guests. But in our pre-interview, you mentioned chair theory, and you mentioned that there was a lot to it. And I said, don't tell me about it right now. I want to find out on stream. It is so anticipated for me that I have included it in the stream tags. So we have apparently stumbled into it, and I didn't even know that it was related to your theorizing. You had mentioned theorizing, among other things, in the pre-interview, but it hadn't quite been connected to chair theory. So I now ask the question I have been waiting to ask all week. What is chair theory?
If I may I do a little preamble of what led up to chair theory, because
By
there are
all
steps
means.
that led to this. But we'll get into like how we met and stuff, and the very first game that we corkboarded together. But one of our biggest corkboard games was Outer Wilds. If you haven't played Outer Wilds,
I have not, and I know that is one of the few games
Yeah.
that I should avoid spoilers on. There are plenty of things that I say, I'm fine, spoil it, it's okay. I know that Outer Wilds, I should not be spoiled on.
Yes.
I need to get off my ass and play that game.
And this was one of our first instances of 5 gigabrain and figuring things out beforehand. If you know, you know. the fucking moon.
Yeah. This
Five-
is where I started to get trust issues.
5 figured out one of the early puzzle. Well, 5 figured out a late game puzzle, like immediately. And I went, no, that can't be it. And everyone gaslit the shit out of 5.
Well done.
Yeah.
Chat.
No, that's
I appreciate
nothing.
chat because obviously a very big thing is, all right, no spoilers, don't give us hints, etc. I appreciate a chat that well-meaningly gaslights the streamer to not let them know that they have in fact hit the nail on the head.
Yes, of course.
Which then, soon after that, we started Persona 5 Royal. It's been long enough that everyone
Persona 5,
knows.
I'm fine with spoilers. I've played
Yeah.
all of the original Persona 5. I've not done Royal, but no problem with spoilers
Yeah,
at the wazoo there.
I won't get into too deep spoilers. Everyone knows Akechi is a bastard.
Yeah.
Like everyone knows at this point. If you have interacted with the fandom, you've figured that out. 5 had not, in any way. I still have a massive document of things 5 called beforehand. I'd like to read out some of them that you have not heard. I bet there's going to be a bank heist. I hope it's floating. I bet we're gonna go to Disneyland. I hope one of the heists is a space heist.
I want the space heist so bad.
Literally everything about Maruki. Like 5 minutes into meeting that, and we'll get back to this more because we do need to get to chair theory. And once again, one of my favorites. We met Akechi, and
Yeah.
5 said, and I quote, he has a vertically striped tie. He has to be a sociopath.
Yeah.
Now, you were obviously correct, but why was the giveaway the tie?
For some reason, I was drawn to the tie because in Persona 5 Royal, outfits are very straightforward. And this is not unique to Persona 5 Royal because I also called the major twist in Doki Doki Literature Club because of her hair bow.
Oh yeah, 5 got to
Because
go
of
through
her
Doki Doki.
bow?
Yeah, 5 knew nothing about Doki Doki Literature
didn't
Club.
play
We did
it.
that
Why
like 2
is
months
a
ago.
bow an indicator? I'm trying to...
Because tell me another anime character that has a long white bow in their hair. You can't. It's not a common article of clothing. Like, I didn't seriously purport, oh yeah, Akechi's like the bad guy, it's him, it's this guy. I did just say that offhand. I theorized a lot of shit during Persona 5 Royal. Like, out of the 100% of the things that I spitballed, I want to say maybe 55%, 60% was right, so I did spitball a lot of shit. But it was very much, I saw Akechi and I'm like, there is a reason he has a tie that is not a common article of clothing. Like, the tie stands out from literally every other piece of clothing everyone in the immediate vicinity wears. And I just kind of latched onto that. But as a counterpoint, I did say Maruki was also a psychopath because he was too nice. So, I got a lot of things wrong as well. But I am still proud of the Akechi mention. And I did catch the pancakes thing.
Also, this is very good timing. Pocky, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. Raiders. I'm Jay, this is Vtuber Talk. I'm talking with FIVETAIL and VEGGIEBLT, and we are in fact talking about Akechi, and Pocky is also a big fan of Akechi, so yeah, you summoned her. Congratulations.
I need to add really quickly. So this one is a spoiler. So Persona 5 spoiler for like the next 10 seconds. This one is my favorite call out they made. Where's Akechi's dad? I wonder if the bald guy is Akechi's dad. That was after the first scene we met. No, it was the second scene.
They don't even resemble each other, though.
It was the second scene. Because there was a student going, did you hear Akechi's an orphan? And 5 goes, yeah, I bet the bald guy's his dad.
It was the juxtaposition. Why would they put those scenes together? Why would they put those scenes together?
That's fair, of just remembering the the sequence of those scenes. And the big thing that I called was when we saw the flashback of, okay, this guy who is framing us is our big bad, that he is going to come back and not just be a villain, he is the villain. I felt that was pretty obvious. I don't feel like I was terribly big-brained in calling that. But you apparently called it down to the occupation.
Yeah. Yeah, they saw him when, I bet he's and like just got it right off the cuff. And it's like I am sorry, Five. I am going to like put you on a pedestal for a moment. They are an amazing writer, and they are fantastic at breaking down literary structure, which is what makes them so good at figuring things out, because they notice that things are put out.
Yeah, you think about,
things are put out on purpose.
What makes sense? Why would this be written in this way? Why would they use this phrasing? And also, just to an extent, how would I write this? What would be interesting? Why does this character exist? The one thing that I always look for in shows where characters usually get killed off, written off, is what is this character's purpose right now? That's the death flag that I look for, not necessarily, there's obvious death flags of, okay, they just had a really emotional extended scene with the protagonist, they're in danger. But I usually think about, what is their purpose right now? What are they doing? Are they actively involved in any ongoing plot threads? And if you're watching a show, Game of Thrones, or anything where characters are being offed with any level of frequency, the first thing I think about is, do you need to exist right now? Period. Of just, what is your purpose? If you no longer have a purpose, your last duty, usually in a series like this, is to die.
Yes.
On that note, they did call, and I won't say who it is so we don't get too spoilery, they did call the fake out death of, that one character. And Chat and I tried to gaslight them. We tried to go, no, he's totally...
No, definitely.
Never believed. Also, while I'm at it, just gonna quickly shout out, hey, if you're a slut for Takuya Matsumoto from Persona 5 The Royal...
No!
Oh, I'm sorry. My automata automatically blacks all links. Send me the link and I will post it.
Oh, hey, here you go.
Oh, God, I love that man so much. Oh, fuck. It's an illness. It's a mental... Thank you.
We'll get into that later, but this now leads up to sort of the idea of, okay, we have at least kind of gotten known for, because we also did Ace Attorney just last week.
Have you played Great Ace Attorney?
No, we only played the first game. We know nothing else about the rest.
I won't go into spoilers. I will say I no-scoped Great Ace Attorney 5 different ways, and that's my Persona 5 compared to
Big Brain,
Giga
Brain.
Just like Big Brain. It was like, this character right here, it is going to do this, that, the other. This is the logic there, and there were a couple specifics I missed on, but to be fair, Ace Attorney reasonings are usually very obtuse, and unless you actually have context of the backstory that they don't usually introduce until later in the game, you would have no realistic way of doing it. But I was able to call, all right, that person is not who they say they are. This person is in league with that person. Things of that structural nature, and that was one I was very proud of.
That's awesome.
I don't know how I just sniped the entire ending of the first game of the.
You did.
The fourth, the one with Von Karma.
Yeah.
Merry
Christmas.
I was possessed, and I was like, bullet in the arm. Metal detector. Oh my God.
Fucking metal detector, dude.
So good. Oh.
Anyways, this now leads to, we get suggested a game called AI the Somnium Files, and it is a murder mystery with multiple paths.
I think it's actually on sale right now. I saw something in another Discord server.
It's very good.
It's quite good.
It's very good, and we'll kind of lean around specifics for this. If I may if I've explained the lead up to this, it is a very anime-ass game. It is very good, and Five and I both got very, very attached to these characters and this world and the mystery. And I just remember waking up one day to a message in the Discord from Five saying, hey, does anyone know if so-and-so character is left-handed? And then I scrolled down and saw them losing a grip on reality and entering the Matrix. And Five, you may explain what happened from here.
Basically, for anybody who has played AI the Somnium Files, there are branching paths, and we completed one side of the paths.
Yeah, so we only had 50% of the game done.
We only had about 50%.
Less than, because we still had to go up that other route and then get the true route. We had like 35% of the game done.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was like, I had an idea, because AI Somnium Files was probably the first game where I like really went balls to the wall, like, oh, there's actually like a mystery here I think I might have solved. So I took a lot of notes, and it all boiled down to me asking if a certain character was left-handed. And I believe it was Midnight Kai in chat who was trying to dance around it because he knew, but obviously didn't want to spoil anything. So he was like, is that something you actually want to know? And I'm like, I don't know, maybe? But long story short, there are multiple visual hints within the somniums of that half that foreshadow the ending to the mystery itself, and I was able to string them together. And the reason why it's called chair theory is because one of the visual indicators was one of the dining room chairs in one of the somniums,
which is someone's memories.
It was just someone's memories. Yes, sorry, I should explain that. Yeah, it's someone's memories of an event. And I noticed a discrepancy between how the dining room setup was set up in one of the dreams, or one of the memories, and how it was set up in another part of the memories. And I was able to string together pretty much most of the mystery on that half, solely based on clues that they
singular chair.
Exactly, the singular chair and this is something I'm going to backtrack a little bit, because this is something that I do like to bring up, is that when I call something, or when I have a theory that ends up being right, I always go out of my way to credit the writers for it, because a good mystery isn't a good mystery unless the reader or the player has a chance to actually put things together themselves. Yeah. So when the series leaves out half of the information, so there's no way you could have ever figured it out, or like red herrings you into the abyss, and then it's just some stupid ass ending just for the sake of being a twist and catching you by surprise, I don't find that satisfying. So me calling things, me figuring things out is never a haha, this game sucks, I figured out the ending. It's I was able to pick up on this, and I thank them for leaving this trail of breadcrumbs for somebody like me to find. Yeah, and AI Somnium Files it has so many small little breadcrumbs in the background that aren't in the wiki for the game whatsoever. I verified that through 2 other sources while I was theorizing, because I was like, I don't want to come up with this big theory that everyone fucking knows about already. But none of these details are in the wiki itself. And I was like, okay, maybe I'm onto something. And yeah, I long story short, I put together a 40-minute PowerPoint presentation breaking down with evidence, step by step, how I got to this conclusion. And it ended up being, for the most part, correct.
I think almost all of it. Almost all of it was
correct.
And it was all stuff that we did not know. Five pieced together using 35% of the game, essentially 50% of what was left.
And
like, they basically figured out the entire mystery while missing characters. There were characters we hadn't met yet.
Yeah, there were people that hadn't actually shown up yet, and I was like, "Oh, okay, that's how that happened." I'm like,
Yeah.
At the very end of the presentation, I had a section that's called, I think it was something like, "This is where I ADHD myself out of my theories" or something, and I'm like, okay, so here's like 6 or 7 plot holes from this theory that I can't
Here's
explain.
why the theory is wrong.
Exactly,
And then-
like
and then
almost all of them got addressed in the other half.
It's one of my favorite parts of this, cannot be downplayed. This game, hold on, when did it come out? AI, the Somnium Files. Came out in 2019. So it is a 5-year-old game. And 5 discovered things that we searched for retroactively that no one else has found.
At the very least, had not documented in 5 years.
Yeah, in 5 years, I have seen no one discuss, oh, hey, that chair, that stupid one fucking chair can be the linchpin to the whole thing. And if you, like, just hearing that out of context, it's like, okay, well, I mean, maybe it wasn't on purpose. But with all of the pieces that 5 put together, it so was. It absolutely was.
It's to the point where it's something I actually need to get on. I'm in the middle of editing the chair theory video, just trimming it down so that it's a bit more digestible, and like adding the creator of AI the Somnium Files and being like, was this on purpose? Did you do this?
Is this indeed correct? And if not, you can say it was correct and pretend it was, because I've just written your justification for you.
Exactly, and it's just it tickled my brain a lot, and it's still something I'm very, very proud of.
The only thing I am sad about is that, so we did on the Discord, we did like a little, not like continuing the story investigation, but just like going back through something, and I won't give details. Anyone who has played the game will know. There was, I described it this way in the Ace Attorney games. We very much have a Holmes and Watson vibe going on. We're like all bumbling and go, well, I say, by Jove, I do think that this man was murdered by this man. And then 5 will go, well, you would think that, dear Watson, but actually blah, 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 blah. And then I'll go, oh, but blah, blah, blah. And then 5 will go, ah, yes, I never considered that. Very good, Watson. And yet... And that happened with chair theory because there was just one moment, once again, without getting into details, that I just said the words, hey, what's that guy's birthday?
Yeah, that was entirely, it was like, oh,
literally
fuck.
Just, hey, what's that guy's birthday? And then everything tumbled. Everything tumbled into view.
Absolutely. And it was a wonderful experience. And as Timber in chat brought up, nothing could match the hype of us continuing to play the game and realizing everything was right.
Yeah.
Like, it was
the only thing better than playing through a game and experiencing the reveal is the anticipation of, I think I know what it is, and then the reveal of if you were right about the reveal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
It gave me a big love of mysteries in games, and we had a lot of fun. We also played Obra Dinn. That was a really cool stint there, and that was a huge collaborative effort because that game is gorgeous and very well done. And we had a lot of fun with that one. But yeah, no, we have a penchant for like mysteries now, and now I'm just kind of searching for my next hit. I'm like, can I get another mystery game played? Can you have another one of those mystery
Professor
games?
Layton?
Yes, I have.
Thank you.
Oh, I
Not
have
enough
it.
people. Like, I love that. I feel Ace Attorney had a cult following and has now actually grown into being semi-mainstream, and that I feel Ace Attorney and Professor Layton. Well, obviously, they've actually had a crossover game, but I feel the two both existed in a similar level of cult classic obscurity for a while, and that sadly, Professor Layton has remained there. And I don't know if you remember the Nintendo Direct. It was probably like 9 months, a year ago at this point, that they had a whole bunch of games, and it was a really solid Nintendo Direct. And that the only game that they didn't have a release date on was this 30-second teaser trailer for a new Layton game, and that was the one that sent me like into, all right, I'm not crying, but I'm tearing up right now.
Yeah. That's so exciting. I haven't finished all of the games in the series. I actually own more than I've finished playing, but Professor Layton definitely was. I did have a stint.
That series. It's not the best writing overall, but it's so good. It's so fun.
It is super fun. I did really enjoy the puzzle aspects and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, no, I can get behind this. But I was on funny that you mentioned that. I was on team. There was a Twitter account once upon a time that was trying to petition for getting Professor Layton into Smash Bros. And
I would have loved that. I don't think that he has enough.
I mean, did Phoenix Wright have enough to get into Marvel vs. Capcom 3?
That's very fair. It's very fair.
It's just funny because I was like, I'm not a Smash Bros player, and I followed it for a while, and I was like, hey, if Professor Layton gets into Smash, I'll start playing Smash Bros. And if Professor Layton got into Smash and I started playing Smash Bros, maybe I would have learned that Sheik was Zelda way earlier than on the fucking stream, because I don't play games.
We got to view someone in the year of our Lord 2023, well into their adulthood, discovering that Sheik was Zelda. And okay, the funniest dodge out of all of them was Five repeatedly going, you know, I'm surprised I haven't seen more yaoi of Link and Sheik. Like, there should be tons of porn of these two.
That's what I was thinking! I was like,
I'm surprised. I'm really surprised that, like, why don't I ever see him fucking? And I just lied to their face and went, oh, there's tons of it. No, there's
you're
tons of it.
You're obviously just not searching the right tag.
Yeah, you're not looking at you just didn't see. No, there's, chat. Isn't there just tons of art of those two porking? And chat was like,
oh yeah, totally.
Yeah.
Technically speaking, yes, there is.
Yeah.
Oh, but that's also something that it's also a really weird niche that we've found in that I didn't grow up with a lot of video games. It was more like, oh, I had 2 or 3 video games that I played obsessively for years. Like Spyro, shout out to Spyro 2 Ripto's Rage. There are a lot of games that people have played in their childhood that I never did, and any of the Zelda series is one of them. Like, I've never played any Mario games. I've never I don't know. But yeah, no, there's just a lot of games that I haven't played, and like the ability to experience a game of that age for the first time on stream is really special, because I know chat knows shit that I don't, and I'm like, okay, all right, let me get to it. But it's a really, really fun experience just playing things for the first time.
I think, hold on, I'm seeing. I'm looking through clips and seeing if I have the exact moment.
Oh god.
It's a beautiful moment.
Oh,
it's beautiful.
While he's looking for that, looping back, so as I mentioned, I've played all of Persona 5. I have not played Royal, but 5. I know that you have a particular, shall we say, fondness for a character that is unique to Royal, but not 5. And so I don't know anything about Miyuki, but I know that for Christmas, Veg gave you this tapestry,
a flag, a Maruki flag,
and that you have a website, well, your website, just FIVETAIL.gg, there's an entire page for Maruki mentioned, and that the little blurb you have written here is, Maruki Takuto from the hit 2020 RPG expanded re-release Persona 5 Royal of the Shin Megami Tensei franchise personally broke into my house, watered my crops, and tucked me in to make sure I get a good night's sleep. I want to make this fan site way better, including having a sidebar full of Maruki-related resources that I've compiled but hoarding in the Maruki server, but in the meantime, here is a list of stuff I've done for the cause. I'm not going to go into everything, but the headlines here included, quote, started a big-ass fic for him, created a whole fake-ass TV tropes page for said big-ass fic, founded a little Maruki server on Discord, recorded a 2-hour convo with a doctoral student of philosophy where we discussed Maruki, began a personal fan art archive with Buru-style tagging, went way too damn long curating a 40-song Spotify playlist for his story arc, hired a musician to cover a song for another separate playlist for his story arc, built an eat-a-bag, possibly the most normal thing on this list so far, learned how to mod P5R on the PC just to give his portrait cat ears, recreated the nurse's office in Animal Crossing, turned him into a Neopet custom, his name is Maruki-sensei, made a fair number of shitposts, and then there is just the to-do work-in-progress list.
Hang in there, Fivetail.
Okay. Yeah, so I like him a little bit.
Who is he?
He's
girl.
a counselor. He's a school counselor at Shujin Academy. Yep. I can't because you haven't played Persona 5 Royal, and also because I want to avoid spoilers, I can't go too much into his character, but to summarize, the reason why I like his character so much is because his narrative arc isn't the most complex thing in the world, but the thing that draws me to his character so much is that it is so complex in its simplicity, if that makes sense. And I didn't really, like, I slowly fell for his character as the gameplay went on, but the thing that really, really hammered it home was the fact that a significant portion of the Persona 5 Royal fanbase does not understand him at all. So there is without going into spoilers, there is a moral dilemma that Joker faces near the end of the game, and you are supposed to make a capital C choice. And in order to make that capital C choice more palatable, people as a whole tend to demonize or mischaracterize Maruki's entire story arc. And something that I appreciate so much about the way that he was written is that his character would have been so easy to fuck up. It would have been so easy to just make him selfish, or make him, do something for personal gain, or, make him to be a megalomaniac or something. Like, it would have been so easy to mess up the way that his story went. And as a fanfiction writer, the amount of times that canon explores somebody's story and ends it in a satisfying way is few and far between. So it was just something that I really, really appreciated, and it's to the point where I'm like, I don't want any new content with him in it, because his story's done. Like, leave him alone. Don't, like, I feel bad for Akechi being the fucking Persona 5 cash cow. They break him out anytime they need more money, but it's kind of like, just leave Maruki alone. His story's complete. Just lock it up, kiss the key, throw it in the ocean, it's done. So you're saying is you want to lock this sad boy in a jail cell? That's what I'm hearing. You want to lock him away? You got anything else to say about that, Five? I don't know what you're getting at! I don't understand what you're getting at! Yeah, it's just... So, I am so enamored with the way that his character develops throughout Persona 5 Royal that the fanfiction that I wrote is canonically accurate. So it's dated. So chapters are dated according to in-game dates. The weather is accurate. The timeline is accurate.
I appreciate that attention to detail in a fanfic. I don't read much in terms of fanfics, but I think it is a special type of beautiful when it is written in such a way that you can say, this all has been structured canonically, and that you don't have to change anything that has existed in canon for this to also exist.
Exactly. That is my preferred style of writing. The fact that, I can tell a story that is, that adheres to canon as closely as possible. So, my aim for the story itself is not only for it to be canonically accurate, but also if you were to go and play Persona 5 Royal, you can go and read chapters based on the date that you are in game and figure out exactly when things happen.
They did figure out how to pull not just screenshots of the game and cropping them out, but actually making the time and date system fucking work.
Yeah.
In order to get the time and date, the little, like, remember how in the corner would be like, Thursday, 12/7.
So,
they figured out how to make that separately from the game.
So it's
so that they can be in the fan fiction between scenes.
So the image can, it's a really neat rain meter mod. And the thing about Persona 5 is that the calendar is actually accurate for 2006. I want to say I can't remember.
No, it's later than that. It's because they have smartphones.
That's true. Whatever year Persona 5 Royal actually takes place in the calendar is accurate. So all I had to do was I installed the rain meter mod, and then I adjusted my Windows time.
Yeah, that'll do it.
But in order to get the weather to be accurate, I had to find the API code for a country that had the weather that I needed, and then I had to reprogram on that day.
And you just need you make the base assumption that on any given day, it is raining somewhere in the world.
Exactly. So you need to find it, and then when you find it, and then it automatically updates. It probably would have been easier to figure out how the code worked, but I like doing things the hard way. It's a really big passion project of mine. I try not to talk about it too much because fucking fan fiction, but I am very, very proud of it. I make myself cry constantly.
Now, if I may take my angle.
Yes, please.
5 is down schnasty for this wet man.
I couldn't tell.
Ever seen someone in my life. 5, I'm sorry I'm putting you on blast right now like this, but it's still one of the funniest things I know about you.
Oh God, here we go.
So they put a body pillow of
Maruki, fuck! God damn it. Okay, yeah,
up on their throne.
Yeah,
which I believe got purchased by Nalvor, I believe it was, in our community.
I'd have to check our spreadsheet.
We'll go back and check. They had only seen one side of the pillow.
Oh.
So, upon receiving it, they discovered that the other side do have his schween out. And they love this man so much, they have told me multiple times, they can't bring themselves to look at that side of the pillow. And so it has remained full. They folded it with their eyes closed. So they didn't see his
levels of dedication.
The thing is, I don't even want to sleep with him. I just want him to be happy. That's the fucked up part, dude. That's the fucked up. I don't care if it's with Rumi or like, I just want him to be happy. So I like him a little bit.
Yeah, you're a fan.
I'm a fan. I would go as far to say that I am his biggest fan. Because I am quite literally the president of his fan club.
I have seen an uptick in interest in him as a character since we played that game. You started it.
You certainly have the documented resume to defend the statement of being his biggest fan, because there's so many people out there that say, I'm such and such character's biggest fan, and just, I don't mean to gatekeep fandom, but all right, if you're going to make a somewhat hyperbolic claim of biggest fan, you should be able to back it up a little bit, and, well, you can back it up.
Yeah, 5 can. Yeah, 5 can and has.
I do have the receipts. Do you want to know the spreadsheet I'm working on right now?
You have another one?
You want to know the mark?
I love that Veggie doesn't know about this one.
So what I'm doing is, I did learn how to mod Persona 5 Royal. It's actually really, really interesting because I got into touch with Shrine Fox, who is probably one of, if not the biggest Persona 5 Royal modder in the community. He also does like Zelda and Pikmin, I believe. He's also a massive Maruki fan. So he actually created models to go with the cat ear portraits. So you can download all that as a pack if you wanted that. One thing that I'm currently is I've learned how to rip textures from the game, and in order to get a better understanding of his character, what I've done is I have learned how to read and rip the specific textures from his palace from the files, and I'm going to have the textures laid out, and I'm going to hire a translator to translate everything that is in his palace so that I have a clearer understanding of shit that happens in that arc there. So that's currently what I'm working on. There's a lot of textures in there, actually. I can read a small part of them. I studied Japanese for a year, but yeah.
I feel like I know Google Translate isn't the most reliable, but I feel like, you can...
Not good enough.
No,
what am I
no,
saying?
At
this point, you're going to make sure that it is done right, that you need to...
Yeah.
I look forward to seeing the finished product of all this.
Yes, thank you. Me too.
Oh, you think the product is ever done? You think their work is ever finished? I'm sorry, what was the quote? God has cursed me for my hubris, and my work is never finished?
It's me. But yeah, no, I think he's a great character. And
cool.
I judge your media literacy based on your opinion of him after finishing Persona 5 Royal.
Oh my gosh. If you had to give the one-liner to sell Maruki to someone who has not played Persona 5 at all, what is the one-liner?
Oh, that's a good question.
Actually, could I have this? Could I pitch one to you?
Let's both answer it. You answer it first, and then I'll answer with mine.
What if someone in an anime was just a normal person?
That's a good summary, actually. Like mine is along the same lines.
He's just a guy with good morals. He's just a person.
What would happen if someone completely altruistic was given the power to save the world? That's pretty much it. Again, don't want to spoil too much. And again, not going into spoilers, not saying his way was perfect and everything was great or anything like that, but just taking his entire characterization into account, the fact that his characterization is very simple and straightforward and altruistic just makes his narrative arc that much more impactful.
There's once again, without getting too deep into spoilers, I heard the exact moment. I know the exact moment 5 started falling for him. I know the exact moment. It was a discussion we were having. It was off stream where 5 went, okay, so what's his deal? Like, when's it gonna happen? And I just went, there isn't. He's just a nice guy. 5 went, no!
That's not allowed.
There's no way.
Like, you can't just be. You can't just be.
Especially in a series like Persona.
Yeah,
you can't be in a JRPG and just be a nice guy. That doesn't fucking happen.
Everyone has the dark backstory.
His dark backstory was going to college.
No, he does have a backstory.
Well, yeah, he does have a dark backstory.
But it's also kind of like,
yeah.
But yeah, no, that yeah, I can do a whole podcast.
That's right. That's not even the P5 character 5 went viral for liking.
Oh fuck. Yeah.
Go on. You can't.
Hold on.
Not follow that up.
So okay. So I have this weird tendency. I don't know what. Oh, okay. No, we're good. I loaded up TikTok and it said I had 0 videos and I went, is this how I'm finding out I got banned? I have this weird tendency to go viral at least once a year doing something. I haven't this year really, but you know.
I mean, like you did Robotnik. Robotnik did.
That was last year.
Was it? Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that was last year.
Oh.
We'll get to Robotnik, don't worry.
A little bit before that, during our playthrough, here, have this. 5 did this, and it got
this audio did take off,
sound.
Which was very funny.
Oh, how do you tell on that? A few thousand people have used this.
It was very funny going through videos.
If you were able to pull this up.
Sorry, I'm just watching for a moment. Oh, yep. It's only 8 seconds. It's very quick.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was also funny because Cassidy, who's a very close friend of ours, is the one with Persona Brain Rot. She fucking loves the Persona series and shit. And Maruki even flew under her radar. She thought it was gonna be UI, and I was like, you know what? No.
Yeah. It's the one that made
scales
sense.
Tilted. The scales
but then
tilted.
This normal man showed up.
This fucking normal
That
guy
smile,
who just
that
loves
damn smile.
Smile.
he loves the world so much. It makes me want to kill myself. Positive. But yeah. So that's my Maruki corner vomit for the day.
Beautiful. And obviously, you mentioned being involved in different fandoms, and that, as you have all said, that you have had a hand in various fandoms. So jumping around a little bit. So let's talk about Homestuck.
Did you have to intro and let's talk about Homestuck? Thank you, Vesh.
Now, to give context for myself, and I feel like this has sadly been the recurring mantra of today, I swear, I do actually watch a lot of stuff and know a lot of series. It just seems that our Venn diagram doesn't overlap a ton. Of course I know of Homestuck. I've been on the internet since... But I think I read 2 chapters of Homestuck, found it just a little boring, not to my taste. I'm sure it got better, but I missed the train on that one. I am very aware of its cultural impact and its popularity, but I don't know much about it. I am fine with full spoilers to whatever extent that is even possible in that sprawling narrative and universe, because I know it is very extensive.
Right.
But that you two actually have some of your origins in Homestuck, the two of you specifically.
So, I got into Homestuck back when forums were still a thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I cut my teeth back on the MSPA forums, the MS Paint Adventure forums.
Yeah.
Doing voice acting with some names that I shan't repeat.
Everybody gets their start somewhere, including big names.
Oh yeah, hold on, let me count offhand.
For those not in the know, just as a quick summary, Homestuck was a webcomic made by a gentleman by the name of Andrew Hussey, and he updated it 1 page at a time. And it was just an online comic that was updated 1 page at a time. It started off as taking reader input, which is why the first couple of chapters are the way that they are. But as it grew in popularity, he took control of the narrative and just made it himself. So that's all it is. It's just one very, very long webcomic.
If you've ever been to a convention and seen people with gray skin paint, it was 99% likely to be from Homestuck.
Yes.
7 big name VAs.
Oh yes, yeah.
I'm almost surprised it's not more.
That I knew personally. From the fandom. Before I mean, we can say the one that Five and I both knew, because she is unabashedly still a Homestuck. That being Kira Buckland.
Oh yes, yeah, Kira.
Which was really funny because we just did fan dubbing stuff, and then one day Kira went,
she just fucked off.
Hey guys, I got a big project I gotta do. I'm not gonna be around as much. Sorry,
just a
bye.
little bit busy.
And then Nier Automata got announced.
And we're like, what the fuck? Kira, what the fuck? Oh god.
But no, there are a lot of people who are in multiple industries who started with MS Paint Adventures and whatnot, and that's how I first started voice acting, right young age of 16 on Tin Deck.
Oh my fucking god, Tin Deck! Oh, I'm sorry. I haven't heard that name in years.
Yeah, no, the website shut down. It's
shit.
dead, so. So much fandom history was lost. And Five and I kind of like, we didn't cross paths so much as like
existed in the same space.
2 ships waving in the night.
7 degrees of Kevin Bacon.
Years.
Yeah.
Yeah. Five, before we get to the meeting through this, obviously, you need to tell your end of it because, oh my god.
In what regard? Like just
Sad
stuck in
stuck?
general? Oh, yes,
Feather
yes, yes.
bent?
Oh yeah. So my journey in Homestuck, I hopped on the train as it was growing in popularity. So I wasn't there from day one, but I was definitely there like while, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, while Act 5 was still being updated. Some of my biggest my biggest impacts within the Homestuck fandom was, if you've ever heard the term sad stuck, I didn't invent it, but I definitely popularized it because I actually still own the original Sad Stuck Tumblr, which makes sense if you've read any of my writing. I just like making people sad. But
Also,
I still
just the mere statement of I own the Tumblr, regardless of the context, dates you.
Oh yes, absolutely.
Yeah,
I was on Tumblr since the age of, good lord, I want to say 18 or 19 was when I was on Tumblr. But yeah, does anyone in chat remember fucking Pixel Families? Like, I had one of those and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I very much spent many fandom years during peak Tumblr, during peak Homestuck. Sad Stuck was one of my bigger ones. I don't think I actually revealed it was me though for like quite some time. The other one being Featherbent, which was a visual novel. It was a John Cat visual novel. I will never be ashamed to say it because John Cat is still a superior ship, and I will take this to my grave. But it was a John Carcat, basically like bird AU. Everybody had like wings, and we invented a whole ass universe, and we transposed all of the Homestuck characters into the universe, and we had this huge thing with dream bubbles and stuff, and we ended up releasing, I believe it was 2 chapters of two installments of the visual novel before we stopped, and it was probably one of the most rewarding things I ever did because I not only wrote it, but I also directed it, so I made sure all the assets were. It gave me some experience, a little taste of experience in game development because I was making sure that, you know, assets were where they were supposed to be, everybody was getting what they needed on time, and it was just a big passion project. This was before the days of Patreon. Like, I'm pretty sure Patreon didn't exist at that time, like, at all. Like, this was pre-Patreon. It was just something that people donated a lot of their time and effort into. It had full voice acting, it had a full soundtrack, it had full, like, everything, it had full artwork, it had branching paths. It was something that I was and still am very proud of. I have taken it. It's very difficult to find a copy nowadays, and that's just because for various reasons, I don't want to have it up. But it is something that I still hold near and dear to my heart, and as you might hear from my intro constantly, I'm reworking it to be an original IP, and that has had a lot of false starts and a lot of restarts and a lot of it's been a lot of it's been stuck in development hell for a while, but it is still very much something that I do want to finish because I think we had something really, really special, and I still remember people drawing fan art. I remember people cosplaying characters from this visual novel that we fucking made, and like making little like music videos while
when
in
you have
their
people
cosplays.
making creations of your creation.
It was such a magical fucking feeling, and it's something it was such a great feeling to have people invested in something that you made on that level, and I've kind of been chasing that high ever since. But yeah, no, those are my 2 biggest contributions to the Homestuck fandom. I think I was also a really big John Cat shipper. If you ever followed what was it called? Was it Boyfriend Leaders? Was the Tumblr? Because I wrote that. It was I wrote Boyfriend Leaders, which was a John Carcat chat log.
Oh my god, I remember hearing about that.
It was really long.
It makes me so happy that Veg is discovering things tonight.
We're learning so many things about each other. But yeah, no, it was a wild and crazy time, and I like it's easy to go back and be like, oh, Homestuck, so cringe, blah 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 blah. But I don't regret any of the time that I spent in fandom, because I met, like, the majority of the friends that I know and love today, like, to this day, were from the Homestuck fandom, including Veg.
So this leads into how we met. So back in the day, it was Anime Expo 2015? 2014?
Okay, so this is still Modern Anime Expo. It's very large. It is or very close to the 100,000 plus that it is at now. That this is 2014 may feel like it was way back, and in some ways it was, but this is, I would consider it modern convention scaling and sensibilities.
We had who was our mutual friend? Was it Kira?
I don't think it was through Kira. I think it was through Connor.
Oh my, yeah, that's right.
I think it was through Connor.
Connor McKinley, by the way. Connor, oh god, he's gone through Distortion Devil, if you're familiar with the voice acting and D&D sphere, tabletop sphere. He had to do something. I think he was going to the bathroom, and both of us were meeting up with him separately. Five was in a Jade Harley Homestuck cosplay.
Yes. God tier cosplay.
Yeah.
I think I saw here. I have a picture of that. I'm gonna send that your way. Sorry for the dirty mirror pic. This is all I got.
I believe that was the day I was TF2 Bread Janier, right?
I don't remember. No. You were in a JoJo cosplay.
Oh, was that when I was old Joseph Joestar?
I can't remember.
Yeah.
I can't remember.
Yeah, it was when I was cosplaying as old Joseph.
Because it was you and a couple of other people who were also cosplaying JoJo.
And they had the unfortunate question of, oh, what's JoJo's Bizarre Adventure?
Well, I was
going
to say
Kentia Hall!
In
Kentia Hall!
Oh, no. So Kentia Hall is where the Artist Alley is, for people who aren't familiar with AX layout. Also, just the full circle, obviously one of the other major roles that Kira Buckley is very much known for is Jolene.
Yeah.
That she was a noted Jolene fan prior to it being adapted, and that it was a very heralded casting by the community, because people who were in the fandom knew that this was one that she, generally speaking, voice actors are trained to not want roles, that they understand the odds of you getting a role that you want are slim to none, and that most professionals have very much conditioned themselves to say, I'm going to go out for whatever roles I'm able to get, because obviously it's a job and that I'll take what I can get, but that also I should not ever expect to get something that going in I have an emotional attachment to, that hopefully I'm able to get good work and fall in love with the character as the production goes on, but the odds of ever getting quote-unquote the dream role is unlikely. One, because if it's a dream role, it's probably one that's already been done. And even then, if it hasn't been done, what are the odds of you being not only in a position to be cast at all, but then to be on the company's radar, to be the right voice, and that the stars did indeed align for Kira Buckley, and that it is just such an anomaly, but also something that is very, very special. So
that is one of my funniest claims to fame. I have many hyper-specific claims to fame. Meeting Matt Damon, the hot dog incident. One of my funniest ones is that I was friends with Kira when I got into JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and I jumped into a voice call back on Skype. This was
that'll date it automatically that you were on Skype.
Oh yeah.
And I went, hey Kira, have you ever heard of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? And she went, no, I haven't. And I went, hey, you should read JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Here's a link. And she went, I don't know. And a bunch of other friends in the group went, yeah, no, you should read it. We think you'd like it.
That's
and
incredible.
I remember.
You're the origin point.
2 weeks. 2 weeks passed. 2 weeks passed, and Kira went, I just finished part 6. And I went, holy shit. And she went, I'm getting a Joestar tattoo. And even I was like, whoa, hold your horses, buddy. What do you think you are? The new American leader of the fandom? Little did I know. So, yeah, I may or may not have, I was at least one of the pieces that set the path to all that bullshit.
That's incredible.
Gorgeous.
Also, we do have here on screen the fated outfit from that fateful day.
Yes. Oh, yes. That was my, I commit. Look, sorry, real quick aside. I wanted to do, God tier Jade Harley, and I was so sick of all of the cosplayers who, like, had bad dog ears and a tail, so I did what the good Lord intended, and I hired a fursuiter to make me ears and a tail, and that shit glowed in the dark, and it was amazing. Sorry, continue.
So, we meet, I explained to them the entirety of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, part 1 through up to then the beginning of part 8.
Yeah, we were there for like an hour.
And they were like, cool, I'd never read that on my own. Thanks for that. And I was like, cool. And somehow that sparked not a friendship, but like, what's the word? Because we weren't friends at that point.
We were acquaintances.
We were acquaintances. That sparked enough of an acquaintanceship that the next year, Five has been putting together trips to go to Anime Expo for what, a decade now?
Yeah, around a decade. It was SakuraCon before that, but yeah, absolutely.
With the power of spreadsheets, putting together fantastic vacations. And in that, one of the big points is only having people they trust.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna room with someone for 7 days, it should just be people you know won't cause drama, and will play nice together. And they went, yeah, I think I'll invite that guy who autism dumped the entirety of a 30-year-old manga to me, essentially at gunpoint in the basement at Anime Expo. I think I'll invite him.
He seems cool.
And so just like, over the years, we kind of became closer and closer and closer.
Yeah, because I invited you, even if you couldn't make it, I invited you every single year to the AX trip.
Yeah, I think I made it every year but one.
But one, yeah.
Yeah, and now, here's the question. Do we break this to talk about the hot dog incident, or do we keep going?
I feel like we can save the hot dog incident for later.
Okay.
Before we move on from JoJo's, I want to introduce my singular piece of headcanon regarding JoJo's Bizarre Adventure.
Ooh,
I have not. Please do.
I've seen parts 1 and 2, and I've read bits and pieces, haven't seen all of it. It's just a longer series in that I watch a lot of anime, but I generally prefer shorter ones, and I will always watch 5 shorter shows as opposed to one long one. But I do want to eventually get around to seeing more of JoJo's. Everything I've seen, it is one of the wildest, most over-the-top. It's one of those shows that it knows exactly what it wants to be, and it is that. But that I am beyond convinced that JoJo's Bizarre Adventure is, in fact, a autobiography. Because Hirohiko Araki is a vampire, and you cannot convince me otherwise.
Oh, no.
Have you seen the pictures of that man? He is not... How old is he? Supposedly?
Allegedly.
He's in his 60s, allegedly.
He is 63. If you look at a picture of this man, you would think that he's in his early 40s.
You need to realize who you are speaking to. You are speaking to one of the local Midwest representatives. Basically, look, I put on the Midwest JoJo posing panel. I help teach people how to do the insane fucking poses from that series. I am, as far as I know, the second person ever to cosplay as Tadaki Damo from part 8 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Not only does he not age, you can see a direct line of his life all the way up through his OC Rohan in parts 1 to 4. And you cannot convince me that it is not just autobiographical. The whole series.
It all happened. Just Dio. That he is a vampire.
No. He's not Dio. He is not Dio. Dio is a bastard. He is Rohan, who is secretly a vampire.
Okay.
It's bottom line is that there is magic going on to prevent this person from aging. He is writing all of this from a place of knowledge. That there is no other explanation, because the first time I saw a picture of Hirohiko Araki, I glanced at that and I had a moment where I said, wait, JoJo's Bizarre Adventure has been going on for 30, 40 years at this point. That man looks like he's 40, maybe 50, but that's pushing it. If anything, he almost looks like he's in his 30s. And this was in 2014, 2015-ish, actually, when I first saw that picture. And that I looked it up, and I just sort of had this moment. I was like, that man is not 55 years old. Bullshit.
So it's funny, Ignis brought this up. It wasn't Araki. I've not met Araki, but I met I met the lead producer at David Productions for the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure anime. I met him at Anime Expo while I was cosplaying as Josuke from Part 4, and at that point, Part 3 either hadn't come out. No, it had just come out. And I approached him, and he started yelling and hugged me. I was going, oh, Josuke! Oh, Josuke! I was the first white person he had ever seen to cosplay as Josuke Higashikata from Part 4 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and he freaked out and he took a selfie with me.
That's so good.
That's awesome.
I don't know where it is. I have it somewhere and I'll try and find it. That was also one of my favorite moments at a convention ever. We'll get back to the original topic eventually. One of my favorite moments that next year, this is a little bit of fandom history that not a lot of people know. They were going to stop at Part 3 because they were like, okay, after Part 3, people don't really care. And they knew that the fourth part of JoJo was not popular in Japan. It was just not. In Japan, it is the least popular part behind the first one. And they were like, okay, we dumped all of our money into Part 3. Like, we're done.
This is our last hurrah.
And during the panel, like, as a genuine question, this was not like a bait. This is a genuine question. The anime director leaned in and went, does America like Part 4? And the crowd fucking exploded, and everyone got on their feet and started screaming. And I knew it wasn't a bit because I saw the directors like looking at each other with panic in their faces, like, oh my God. Oh no. Oh my God, the West might sell Part 4. Oh my God, if the West sells Part 4, we know Japan loves 5.
We just need to get there.
They do love me.
We all got to see, all of us in that room got to see the exact moment that anime Part 4 was birthed, because it was like,
if nothing else, it's such a fun thing to see Japanese anime production staff understand the fandom that exists outside of Japan, because even if there had been machinations of, okay, we've planned Part 4, and we know we're just going to give it a shoestring budget just so we can get to Part 5 because we know Japan likes that there's so many things that, if you are in Japan, you're probably not going to interact with Western fandom much, and that you might expect a good reaction, but also just the crowds at AX are huge. And they are going to be unabashed in their excitement, and that my guess is they probably expected, polite applause, a bit of cheering, and I think in all genuineness, they probably were also a bit shell-shocked just by the volume and severity of a reaction from an AX crowd like that. But also on top of everything else you mentioned.
It was packed main hall. It was main hall packed.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone got off their feet and started screaming. And like, I'll never forget the look. It was like shock and then joy. And then the panel ended a little early. And like, you could tell they were like, okay, we gotta talk about this. Wait, anyways, so now going back, if I may. So Five and I have gone to many anime expos together for almost a decade now at this point.
Almost a decade, yep.
And we've grown closer and closer and become great friends ever since. And without getting too deep into it, about 3 years ago, Five helped me get through some very nasty stuff. Oh God.
Yeah.
And helped me cut someone out of my life who was causing me a lot of problems. And ever since, I was like, this is someone that I can trust. This is someone that I can believe in. This is someone that I can put my faith in. Alongside a very funny game of Jackbox, which was the very first time I ever heard them try to be funny.
I mean, you're not wrong. You're not.
It was literally just a sales pitch in a Russian accent.
Oh yeah, I remember the sales pitch.
And they had the entire.
I know this game. I'm
yeah.
on...
It was. I don't remember the name, but they their funny thing was doing it in Russian, and they had everyone on the floor in stitches, like crying, and that was the moment where I was like, okay, yeah, it was talking points. I was like, I should invite Five to do something sometime.
Aww.
Also, Lane, welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk, and I am talking with FIVETAIL and VEGGIEBLT. We've been going through, Lane, you'll appreciate a lot of this. We've gone through everything, Persona 5 Royal. Sorry, you missed that entire conversation, which I'm sure you will be able to appreciate. We are currently talking about different fandoms and different conventions, and that this is part of the backstory for FIVETAIL and Veggie, who... actually, this being episode 136, are only the third duo interview I've ever had, so some fun stuff here. And as always, thank you so much for the raid. If you need to rest, please do. I'll see you around, but thank you again and welcome on in, Raiders.
So we need to now bounce back a bit.
Uh-huh.
So the year is 2020.
Okay.
Which month? That's important.
Oh yeah, very important.
January.
Okay, that is very important.
I've been working in radio for about 4 years at this point. I am making $9 an hour.
Christ.
And that's only counting the paid hours. I was working at least 20 hours a week unpaid. Just not paid at all, not credited. And I was like, maybe I don't want to do this anymore. And so I told my boss, hey, I'm kind of looking at leaving. And she was like, that's understandable. Unfortunately, we just can't hire you full time. I'm sorry. And then COVID hit and everyone was locked inside, and all dreams I had at, doing internet things were kind of dashed because I needed the money. And then I caught COVID. And I have a special picture for you. As I've stated, I've done I've done a few things on the internet you may have seen before.
A couple things, yeah.
A few things occasionally. And I catch the big C, and I'm laying in bed, and I feel like shit. And the world around me is spinning. And I pull up YouTube on my phone, and the first suggestion is Team Fortress 2 Funny Memes, Part 9 or something. And I'm like, okay, I'll look at that. And I pull it open, and the very first image that pops up is the one that I just sent you.
Okay, 'cause I already have this image
Yeah.
in OBS right here.
Perfect.
That's me. That image is me.
That must have been disorienting.
It was extremely. I saw myself, and then I looked down into the comments, and there were like 30 comments in a row with people who had my face as their profile picture, all capsing, "I'm Brady." And I remember just kind of experiencing an ego death. and when I came out of it, I went, what the fuck am I doing? I was way better at internet stuff. What the fuck? I'm making $9. I don't like this. So as soon as I got better, I told my boss, hey, as soon as it's okay with you, I gotta go. I'm sorry. She was like, cool, understandable. Then the head of the show out of nowhere went, later bitches, I found another job. And everyone kind of turned to me and went,
Uh-oh.
Hey, you're the only pillar keeping this place afloat. So I went, cool. And I stayed on for another year past when I had originally planned to.
But it's full-time, I assume.
Yeah, no. They still did not have money. 2022 rolls around, and I am finally able to leave. They found a replacement. Everything's good to go. My boss was very nice. My old boss was very nice about all of this and has been super supportive since, constantly checking in on me, helping me with little things. And I went, okay, I think what I'm going to do is focus on voice acting, because that's all I ever wanted to do. I wanted to be a voice actor. That's all I ever wanted. I was like, but I know with what I've learned in radio, I'd be pretty good at streaming. So I ran a test stream. It went pretty well. And I started working on new videos. And those started doing, pretty okay. They were all right. It's all right. And at one point, Five messages me and goes, hey, it's my birthday next week. I think that's how it started. You messaged me, right? Or did I message you?
I can't remember.
One of us messaged each other and was like, hey, next week is my birthday. Do you want to stream some Left 4 Dead?
Oh, yes. The Left 4 Dead stream. Fuck!
And I went, yeah, I do. And we did. And because we've gone to Disneyland together a few times when we went to Anime Expo, I installed a mod that replaced one of the campaigns with Disneyland. Mm-hmm. And a bunch of the specials with Genshin references. And it was a fun time. We had a lot of fun. And I was just solo streaming for maybe 2 weeks or something. That stream happened, and then a game came out called Tunic. Have you ever played Tunic?
I've seen it played. Dang, I swear I have in fact played things and watched things.
That's okay. Honestly, that's okay. I haven't played video games until we started streaming. I played more video games in the past year and a half.
Were one the same, so I have a defense here.
You're better than I am.
And I'm a big fan of top-down Zeldas, and so I was like, oh cool, it's like a Zelda thing. And then oh, this is more of a Dark Souls. Holy shit, this is hard. And then the puzzles started kicking in, and I was like, oh fuck, I am not smart enough for this. And so I messaged Five and I go, hey Five, do you want to hop on stream with me? And this was back when I was averaging 10 viewers. And I was like, hey, you wanna hop on by? Maybe you're smart. You have a big brain. Please God, I'm stupid. Please help me with this. And they went, yeah, that sounds like fun. And then Tunic blew our fucking minds away.
I've shared a picture.
That game is a hard 10 out of 10 for me. And
sorry, you go on. You continue.
we both experienced it blind in the best way possible, in that I got to play it as a video game, and they got to solve the puzzles. So it was very similar to being like two friends just sitting on a couch together.
Absolutely.
It had that same vibe of like being 12 years old and your best friend coming over, and you know, you still only have dial-up internet connections.
Yeah.
So you like, it's like solving the Reggie's puzzle in Pokemon.
I did that by hand. I
Yeah,
did that
yeah.
by
We're
hand
like-
back in the day, and I knew that I could have looked it up, but there was something so satisfying about just
About doing it yourself, yeah.
Yeah, and that's the thing is I didn't have that ability back then, and I had a friend who rented a Braille translation book from the library. It was like a pamphlet basically, and we used that to solve that, and I hadn't gotten that feeling again until that day where Five was helping me with Tunic.
Aww.
And I made a decision on the spot that I was going to say, hey, I know this is a lot to ask, but would you like to stream with me
like,
permanently?
do you want to make this a thing?
Yeah, because A, we have a good rapport. B, you fill in all of the things that I'm bad at. C, one of the most important things, I knew I could trust them. I knew I could trust them to, you know, it's like I said earlier, show up. Because I had another friend that I was supposed to be streaming with who didn't show up. And I knew Five would show up, or at least let me know beforehand that they wouldn't be able to. And most importantly, they were a good friend that I trusted from the bottom of my heart, which is why I eventually went, hey, Five, we should make this a regular thing. And that's how we ended up streaming together.
Absolutely. It's something that I make no secret of, and it's something that I repeat very often, but when Veg asked me to sorry, my partner's in the other room. I think he's playing Lethal Company, so he's getting the shit scared out of him. When Veg invited me to be a partner on his stream, I deep down I knew that he was made for this, because as long as I'd known him, he'd always been an entertainer. He has a fantastic work ethic. He knows what he's about, and after he finally got out of the bad situation that was mentioned earlier, I knew that he was like trying to like get things in order again, because he kind of for a bit there while he was in that situation, he kind of vanished. So I knew this was kind of like his re-debut onto the internet, and I very, very fully expected to just kind of be there for a while, and then he would have somebody who was funnier and more popular than me agree to be his partner for the stream, and I'd be like, okay, cool, this was fun, and like I'd get replaced. Like I went,
sucker, you're funny and talented.
It's not to get too emotional, but Five, I seriously did decide on that day that come hell or high water, as long as you showed up, I would always be streaming with you.
Aww.
You're a wonderful friend. I love you, buddy.
I love you too, buddy. You're also an amazing friend, and that's I had you on this kind of pedestal of entertainment where I knew that you were going to make it big, and like if I could like chip in for a couple of months until you found like someone else to stream with, like I'd be happy to be there. And the fact that I'm still here, still makes me emotional to think about, because I didn't think not that you ever gave me the impression that I wouldn't be there permanently, but it's just it's an internalized thing, because I never thought of myself as like an entertainer at all, like because I had a couple of past small starts trying to stream on my own, and it was just not something that ever really clicked for me. So I didn't think I was going to be a mainstay, and the fact that I'm still here, talking to you today, and having our wonderful community in our chat supporting us right now, even it's something that I'm eternally grateful for, and I'm very, very lucky to be here with you.
But also, it is such a rarity. Like I said, this is only the third duo episode I've ever had in 136. And that in those cases, that it's not just for VTubers, that content creation and streaming as a whole there's plenty of folks that collab on a regular basis, but damn near everyone has their own dedicated channel, or at the very least, that their brand, their content is not 100%, it is the two of us. That is so rare. And even then, it is harder to make it work past just being some basic banter, that to have two folks that actually click. And that I've seen this in the other two instances, that you mentioned that you actually sort of compensate for each other's, I don't want to say shortcomings, but that you empower each other's weaknesses, that you cover each other's stats, as it were. And that you see that a lot, and that extends also to just entertainment and comedy duos as a whole. The whole concept of the odd couple, of two folks that are very, very different, but if you put them together, it's just magic.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah,
I definitely agree. That's another reason that I was so excited for Five to join me is, look, this isn't me downplaying myself. I'm not gonna say I'm not smart, but I will say I do a lot of stupid things. And I'm not saying I need a leash, but I am saying Five is really good at going, hey, you're not in radio anymore. Hey, no, you don't need to do that. Nope. Spraying you the water bottle. No, do not lick a mousetrap.
I mean, one of the earliest things I remember, the earliest instances of that, where you had this habit that was very terribly ingrained in you from radio, that you would hurt yourself for money, and you ate like 6 Boston cream donuts for subs. And after that, this Bostussy incident, yes, that was our first emote. And after stream, I was like, and you can attest to this, I pulled you aside after, I'm like, real talk, I don't want you doing that anymore. I'm not comfortable with you doing that. You should not be doing that to yourself. You need to stop. And you're like, oh shit, okay.
I really appreciate that so much.
Because you were still in that mindset. I'm like, you don't have to do that anymore. You are a genuinely charming, entertaining, funny person without having to be the slapstick target all of the time. And I'm glad I was able to help you kind of get out of that, because radio was very, very bad to you.
Like, I'll be honest, I don't know if I would have, I don't want to outright say, you know, I would have nowhere near the success that I have right now without you, but I would be nowhere near as happy with the success that I have if I didn't have you around. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
It is so wonderful having a community you like.
Yeah, right? Oh my, like, no shade, but, I have seen communities that are not nice, and I'm very glad that our community is not like that.
Five has seen my old radio community.
Oh god.
A few transferred over, and they're doing very well, but, quite a few others were,
Look, they're Facebook commenters, that's all I need to say.
Yeah.
Oh. But yeah, no, this is something that I also boast and shout from the rooftops, is that, like, I don't mean to downplay myself and, you know, say that I don't do anything or anything for it, but a lot, like, the majority of our growth and our success is due to Veg's very hard work. He networks, he collabs, he like, that other thing that the second rule that you learned, it's like you're always looking to improve, you're always looking to make things better, and like the growth that we've had in just under 2 years has been absolutely mind-boggling. The fact that we hit partner within a year and a half is still just fucking,
the fact that
I can't
hit partner under 2.1K.
That is the very interesting statistic right there.
Yeah, I don't understand what's happening. But you know what? I'm along for the ride, and that's why I'm like, whatever Veg wants to do with regards to networking or for the channel or whatever, I'm like, you do. I'm just gonna show up, and I'm gonna be here, I'm gonna have a good time, but...
I will refute you on that, because that is another thing I really appreciate about you, is you're willing to tell me if an idea of mine does not sound smart. And I really appreciate that about you, being willing to go, hold on, I don't know if this bit's gonna work, and then telling me why so that we can modify or drop it.
Exactly.
I really, like you said, we not make up for each other's shortcomings, but fill in the holes.
Yes, absolutely. Congrats on the hole. But
That's
yeah,
another old rave. That's another old channel meme. Woo, good times.
But absolutely, and like you do the same for like me as well, and because when I started this, I didn't consider myself an entertainer. I didn't consider myself funny or anything, because it's not something that I did. It's not something I did at all. You very much helped me come out of my shell in that regard and be like, okay, this is how I'm learning improv day by day just by being on stream with you. And I'm like, I need to up my game. I need to like take improv classes or something, because I'm surrounded by like Veg and like Wes and Seggy sometimes when they drop in. I'm like, I need to like, I'm not a professional voice actor. I need to like take classes or something.
But you know what you are? You know what you are that not a lot of entertainers are? Competent.
Yay!
At being a human being.
I'm competent, baby!
Sure, you might not be able to do funny voices, but you know how to make dinner, and you know how to do your laundry.
Woohoo! Oh boy, but yeah, I cannot emphasize just how important it is to have, because one thing that really warms my heart is several members of our community like watch us and they get inspired to stream or like find somebody to stream with, and that's awesome. And I just cannot emphasize enough how important it is to have, how rare it is to find like a friendship like Veg's, where like you're compatible on a level that like elevates you both. And like, I, not to brag or anything, but in the fucking like year and 3/4 we've been streaming together, or even in our friendship, I don't think we've ever like argued.
Yeah, okay, like pulling back the curtain a bit. When we did Anime Expo this year, there was a bit where I accidentally went a little too far and I hurt Five's feelings, and
yes.
And you want to know what we did about it? You want to know what we did?
Talked about it like adults?
Yeah, Five came to me and said, hey, I didn't like that. And you know what I said? I went, hey, I'm sorry. Okay, I'll note that for the future. Wow! Healthy communication's great!
Communication! It works, people!
Wow! It's wonderful!
That's a secret, folks. Making things work doesn't mean that you never disagree or that you never make a mistake. Having opposing ideas does not equal argument, and having stumble does not equal drama and implosion.
Exactly, and it's just, you don't quite, having disagreements or having one person think something is not a good idea, it's a very good test of how compatible you are as creative partners. Because it is something like you're gonna have to make compromises. You're gonna fundamentally disagree on certain things, and that's okay. But it's how you do it and how you communicate through that and how you work together to make sure that whatever you do end up doing is something that you're both happy with. That's really important. And we're very lucky to have found each other in the fact that we can both communicate on that level. It's a very rare thing to find, and I'm very, very appreciative of it.
So that's also why, I don't know if you've seen this, we have come up with what we have dubbed the football system.
Oh yes, the football system. Oh wait, can I tell the story?
I'm curious.
Okay, go. Yeah, yes.
Okay, so I used to work at Blockbuster, and I was a shift manager at Blockbuster. I promise this has a point. But,
which era of Blockbuster? The heyday or the decline, or both?
Yes. It was both. I was there when it shut down. So I was there for about like the last 6-7 years, I want to say. I was there right up until the end, until they closed our store.
And the decline was pretty rapid, like 2-3 years. It felt like fast. So you probably were there for at least some of the very, very good times.
Oh, absolutely. Like at the height, it was beautiful, but like, yeah, things fell hard and fast there. But the only reason I bring it up is because there was somebody that I managed. He was a shift worker. His name was Nathan, and he was probably like 16 or 17 years old at the time. Most mature 16, 17-year-old boy I've ever met. We're just shooting the shit one day, and he's like, yeah, me and my girlfriend have what we call like a platonic safe word. And I'm like, what does that mean? And please keep in mind, this was like over a decade ago, like maybe 12, 13 years ago. And he was like, yeah, no, we have when one of us is like joking or something and we want the other to like actually stop, like for real, we say fuzzy banana. And I'm like, oh, that's actually a really cool idea, having like a red light word for when you need like a bit to stop or something actually.
And especially if
feelings.
it's something that you're in public, you're having a broader conversation, and you don't want the awkward moment of hey, like that's not cool. You just throw out the word and you're like, oh shit, okay. The only thing I worry
shut
about
up
is
now.
Okay, it's a good safe word in that you don't need to really worry about it coming up accidentally. I worry that it's almost a bit too obtuse to work in naturally, but meh.
which is where we've solved it with the football system.
With the football system. And now you can go ahead and take over because this is where I transferred it over. Yeah.
So Five was like, all right, if a bit goes too far, if one of us hurts the other's feelings, if we need to stop, we need a word. And I was like, I can't think of anything. It needs to be something that we would never discuss.
Yep.
Something we would never talk about on our own in a stream. Sports.
Yep, that's exact. Because for the exact logic that I was getting out of, all right, fuzzy banana. It's two words, so it's already a bit more difficult. But just fuzzy banana is such a strange and obtuse thing. It's something that, yes, you're never going to say it in normal conversation, but then it stands out too much. And then it sort of hit me, wait a minute, football. Of course, they're just not going to talk about football in any normal circumstance, so that's where it is.
Yeah. And so whenever like there's a bit going on that one of us doesn't feel comfortable with, or there's something we're like, okay, we need to end this, one of us just goes, man, football, am I right?
Football's great. Football's
man, I
amazing.
love football.
It's a very clean off-ramp that even if it's obvious this is our off-ramp, it doesn't necessarily say why you are using the off-ramp. It's just, okay, we feel this bit is done.
Exactly.
Yeah,
it's a free out. It's a get out of jail free card. And the football / fuzzy banana system is something that I've used in my day-to-day life since I learned it from that kid at Blockbuster. I do encourage you.
You go, Nathan. You go.
Yeah.
Thanks,
love you, Nathan.
Blockbuster kid.
But it's a very useful tool that I've used with my friends and that I've used in other places as well. Just having a word where you're just kind of like, hey, you know what? Stop now. Let's just end this.
Also, I did really quickly want to bring up two comments that I saw. Thank you, Soul Right. You two inspired me to keep learning how to draw. I began with a sketchbook and a small idea. Oh, I used to do this in high school, and now I'm learning Clip Studio. I've been shitposting my heart's content. And then Motorfuck said, not gonna lie, this is coming from someone who's silent and all, but you two have inspired me to pull up my social media and let my thoughts be free. And a bit more, and you guys are amazing. Thank you.
Thank you guys so much. Can we use this as a pivot to like talk about our community?
Please, by all means, yes. The union.
The union.
The union.
The union. Veg, would you like to start?
Okay, so this all stems from, once again, a point that my biggest dream streaming, truly overall, was being happy. It doesn't matter if I'm streaming to 5 people, one of whom is my mom. Mm-hmm. If I like the community that I'm streaming to, I knew I would be happy with where I was going.
Yeah.
And we haven't really had to prune or do much direct moderation as much as light steering.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, exactly. but yeah, it's I just want to squeeze in here real quick, like knock on wood, but like aside from bots and, you know, the pizza tower trolls, I think we've only had to permaban maybe one person in our year and a half of streaming, which is just we've curated a community, and the community curates itself to be an environment that is.
There was one moment that I really appreciate. I won't hand out the specifics. During the Persona 5 Royal stream, one of our community members made an off-color joke, and other community members called them out for it. And it didn't spark a big drama in chat. It didn't spark like a big division and a ban. They just talked it out.
Yeah.
And the person who made the joke went, dang, I didn't really realize. how bad of a joke that was. I'm sorry. I get it now. And
We'd
we were
love
like,
to see it.
oh my God, it's like watching a preschooler like kick another preschooler in the shin and then hug them and say they were sorry, but like actually mean it and learn. Oh my God, is this what elementary school teachers feel like when they're not being underpaid?
But it's true though. Like I'm very appreciative of the kind of community that we have here. You guys are really wonderful.
But yes, the union. So this all spawned from, it was
Nuka Kappa.
Yep, it was Nuka Kappa.
It was Nuka Kappa. Nuka Kappa's the president.
Nuka Kappa during our oh son of a bitch, my brain is shut down. What's the little check mark next to our name called?
Partner?
Verified.
Partner.
Yeah.
Thank you. During our partner stream, there was some mention of chat having power, and Nuka Kappa just goes, we should unionize. And chat just on their own started going, yeah, we should unionize. And I was like, I'm just gonna let this happen.
And it's really funny because like we've been looking for like a demonym for our chat for
Yeah, it's something that
a while.
most streamers, communities have of just, you have the name, the moniker beyond just chat.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And I was like, and then I remember specifically, I was like, wait a minute, this is a good bit. What if our chat was called the Union? And then it just kind of flew off from there.
It also works out really well because my mom, our mom, we make this joke because we were streaming. What was it?
It was that really shitty game.
It was Facade. How dare you? It was
no. Was it Facade? I thought it was that cowboy game.
How dare you? That cowboy game is not shitty. I don't remember the name of it suddenly. It's the MS Paint looking cowboy game.
Yeah.
We were playing that, and somehow, we got to talking about like my mom, the town with no name. The town with no name.
That was it. Yep.
We got to talking about my mom, and during a previous stream, there was some bit that we did with. Oh right, wasn't it the contract? No, it wasn't the contract.
I don't think it was I think, like, did it happen after your mom came on stream?
No. There was something that happened where I went, okay, my mom is going to come on stream at some point. We decided that night, okay, my mom's coming on stream.
Right.
And someone in chat went, hey, my mom sucks. Can you adopt me? And then a bunch of other people went, hey, my mom also sucks. Can you adopt me?
Yeah.
And so my mom started going, yeah, sure, I'll adopt all of you. Just say if you want to get adopted. And that's how she got 64 new kids, which grows each stream and balloons out.
Absolutely.
And so we that's our mom. If you've had a shitty mom, our mom will adopt you. And that's how she adopted the whole chat.
And I know that our mom got chat a gift for Christmas, which was a updated logo because a game designer had designed at the very least a game back in the day regarding unions, no less. And that because they cannot find the documentation for the copyright for the logo of that game, which was the initial idea, that they have commissioned a new one and that they are then going to release the rights to that to the union at large.
We are very close to the final design. Very, very close. And it looks real fucking good. It looks so fucking cool, man.
I'm excited.
But yes. What ended up happening, that was a big part of it. We already, because, we played through Disco Elysium. And so we had already made a few jokes along that line. And we had talked before about my mom, our mom, was heavily involved in union and labor disputes and pushes and whatnot in the 60s and 70s. And she made a board game called Negotiate, which is basically Monopoly, but with unions. So monopoly without a monopoly and with fair practices. And that's kind of when we decided, all right, our chat's a union. And so whenever we have a big decision to make and we're unsure, we put it up to the union.
The union vote. We need the union to vote on it.
If the union is heavy against a decision, all right, union has voted against this thing we were gonna do. Union doesn't like a joke, all right, kick that joke in the garbage. This is the union stream.
Exactly, and it's also really funny because, like, if there have been multiple times when the union was split between two options and they voted perfectly to make sure that it ended on a 50-50 split between two of the options. And then we have to figure out something clever.
I was going to say, what is your tiebreaker system for the union?
This actually led to one of my favorite streams we've ever done. Do you know about the game Hylics?
I've not even heard of that one.
Hylics is trippy.
It is trippy. It is an RPG Maker game. Where
okay, that makes me feel a bit better about having not heard of it.
All of the sprites are claymation animated. All of the dialogue is randomly generated. The combat system makes no sense. It is a fucking fever dream of a game, and I love it.
Sorry, just an asterisk. It is randomly generated, not AI generated. I just want to
randomly,
make that distinction.
randomly. So it's
actually scripted,
nonsense.
But it's like, it's scripted, but it's like
scripted nonsense.
Yeah.
And I had someone say, hey, you should play My Friend Peppa Pig.
Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, yeah. I love this stream.
And I wasn't sure which one we should do, Hylics 2 or My Friend Peppa Pig.
To confirm, is My Friend Peppa Pig also a RPG Maker fan-made game, or is this an actual license?
No, this is the
actual licensed Peppa Pig game.
Okay.
My Friend Peppa Pig. and this was before they were the union. Chat voted perfectly down the middle.
50-50.
So what we decided was we were gonna play both.
At the same time?
For every sub or donation or follow we got, we would swap to the other game.
Now,
So
how abrupt is this? Because I've seen systems developed by people for just crowd control, where for subs or bits, that it will flip between the two instantaneously. Like, and
look,
just like mid-frame, and that it will then pause the ongoing game, that the streamer themselves are not toggling anything, and it will just blip over. Did you have that set up, or were you manually flipping?
I was manually doing it.
I didn't even know that was possible. We need to look into that for the next one.
It's actually really cool, because that adds its own level of chaos, because the streamer doesn't see it coming. They're doing something. They're having certain inputs, and you have that half second of reactionary delay that they are now in a new place, and they have to adapt to, I need to now change my input to this.
Exactly.
I've sent you pictures, by the way, of what Hylics looks like. So
wow,
you get the idea.
You hear the term fever dream thrown around a lot. This is
very fever dream.
There is no other way to describe this.
It's such a unique. It's a very because it's a mixture of like claymation, and there's also, I believe there's some mocapping as well.
Yeah.
But it's just very, very unique.
So we were swapping sometimes 10 seconds at a time between this and My Friend Peppa Pig, which was about having a good day with your new friend, Peppa Pig. We beat Hylics 2 during that stream.
We did.
I broke as a human being during that stream. I think the exact moment was when someone named Average Hylics Fan joined, and we had to switch to Hylics, immediately followed by Average Peppa Pig Enjoyer. Which forced us to switch to My Friend Peppa Pig.
It was beautiful. It was chaotic. It was wonderful. But
This-
yeah, if there to answer the original question, when there is a 50-50 split, we try to do both as much as possible.
Which is what led to the second time we ever streamed this way.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That one was trippy because I got involved. I got involved with that one.
So you may know these games. You ever heard of Bubsy 3D?
Yes.
You ever heard of The New Adventures of Pac-Man for the Sega Genesis?
No, but I'm
It's
not
a point and
surprised
click
that such
where
a thing exists.
It's a
bad.
point and click where you
It's
don't
bad.
control Pac-Man. You just vaguely tell him what to do, and sometimes he listens. We swapped because it was a celebration of Bad Game Bingo. We had essentially ended what we called our first season of Bad Game Bingo. We are in an eternal second season now.
Eternal.
And our way of celebrating the two most frustrating games we had played were The New Adventures of Pac-Man for the Sega Genesis and Bubsy 3D. And so, of course, I put up a fucking vote and I went, all right, which one are we doing?
And of
it
course
split
it's both.
it split right down the goddamn middle!
Because
down
the
the middle!
thing that you're inviting at this point is people are not actually voting for which they prefer. They are voting for both. And that they will
Exactly.
manipulate the votes to be actually split. So I think the actual, well, I guess that's the question of, do you want to keep challenging your community to actually have to, on their own, be able to balance the vote? Because that can be tough on a timed poll.
Oh, absolutely.
Or do you want to just give them the both option, understanding that they will probably pick that all of the time?
Look. That's another thing I learned in radio.
The secret third thing.
You gotta let people think they're in control.
The illusion of choice.
You can pull some strings behind the scene. I'm not saying that I may or may not have unclicked a vote right at the last second. But wink. It's I think my favorite part of that stream, by the way, was like in the last 10 minutes, the world record holder for the New Adventures of Pac-Man for the Sega Genesis speedrun
Yeah.
came into chat.
Well, my guess is there are not exactly many people in that particular
Yeah.
Yeah.
category at any given time.
And they were like, oh, wow, that's really impressive. Hey, why aren't you making him turn around? And I went, what? I went, yeah, the C button. It turns Pac-Man around. And I went, oh, right, Sega Genesis, 3 face buttons. And they went, hold on,
Have you
you're
been...
on the 3rd level. I've routed this game. This is impossible.
What?
How did you get here? I don't feasibly know how you got here without that button. How did you get here? So this speedrunner was like all caps in chat going, I don't know how this is possible. I literally don't understand this. And I'm like, I don't know, my dude. It's just,
We're toggling between this and Bubsy. I mean, like, come on.
it just kind of happened.
We got here eventually. Yeah, I guess the first couple levels seemed a lot more challenging than I expected.
Turning around really helps.
Yeah, no, we had to walk entire massive sections of the game until Pac-Man would get bonked on his noggin and then turn around.
Yeah, we thought that was like part of the game. It was not.
Yeah, we thought part of the game was like making one of those Rube Goldberg
machines to make him
But
get
with-
through his shit.
but with giving Pac-Man a concussion.
Exactly. He deserves it, that little bastard.
God, I fucking hate.
God, I fucking hate
So
Pac-Man. God, I
sick.
fucking hate Bubsy. Oh God.
That is
Um,
impressive.
But yeah, it's having. I think one of the things that we pride ourselves on is the fact that our streams have a lot of heavy chat interaction, and it's something that we try to encourage and take advantage of like as often as possible. We have a channel in our Discord server that's called Fanworks, and we open it for people who want to like doodle or draw stuff related to our streams. And you'll see check Fanworks very often in chat, and usually that means someone's dropped another shitpost in there. And like our community is full of meme lords, and I love it so goddamn much because you guys are so fast. You guys are so fast with the shit posting. We'll make a joke, and 2 seconds later, someone's like photoshopped a meme from it, and it's incredible. And that also kind of ties into why we're not VTubers.
So yeah, this is something we should probably bring up since we're on Vtuber Talk.
I've said this multiple times that I very much consider the definition of VTubing to be content creation with some type of avatar stand-in for yourself. TNG-tubing is VTubing. Mm-hmm. You are VTubers whether you like it or not. You don't use live 2D or 3D or whatever, but my vote as a member of the union in this particular ongoing struggle of are 5 and Veg VTubers is yes.
Absolutely, and I agree with you. VTubing, as I've learned, is kind of like it's an umbrella term for people who use some kind of fictional depiction of themselves instead of a face cam. And I respect. We added the VTuber tag to our streams. We've caved. We're VTubers now.
Are we officially saying it?
We're officially saying we're VTubers now. Yes,
God damn it.
It was more
live on Vtuber Talk, baby.
Live on it debut. This is the hot scoop. But to be a bit more specific about it, I more meant you're right, the live 3D models, like any kind of 3D models or like live 2D models. And I'll let Veg take over here because this is something we've talked about a lot.
We love how fast the union is, how fast chat is at like making things. I see Bree in chat. Bree is insane.
Bree's nuts. We love you, Bree.
So is Jojo. I saw Jojo in chat earlier. Both of them, as well as Ruby, as well as Biggles, Soulright, so many other members of chat, will just out of nowhere be like, "Oh, you're playing this obscure game that no one's ever fucking heard of? Hey, we made you a new reactive for it."
Yeah.
"Oh, hey, you're playing my favorite series? Good news, Chucklefuck. I made you that reactive 2 weeks ago, asshole."
Now dance, puppet, dance!
Dance!
And
I suppose it allows even greater level of customization because in VTube Studio, you can put in assets which you can then pin to the model and whatnot, but that you cannot wholesale replace the quote-unquote model with a PNG, and that is the difference that you are allowed with your reactive images versus a 2D or 3D rigged VTuber.
Let me send you some of my favorites that I get to pull up that don't get a lot of use, that properly show.
So do you just have the Fuji site pulled up along with a giant folder? That way you can interchange them very quickly. Have you found a way to do any sort of shortcut to...
No.
Fuji has updated their UI recently so that you can have like preset loadouts, so you can swap between a couple of different sets of images like just with a click of a button, which is very handy and a bit less cumbersome than with the old UI. But we're starting to get into things like Sammy, which is like I'm actually not entirely sure what Sammy does.
I think it might be the Matrix.
It enables a lot of it enables a lot of like weird stuff in OBS that if you learn how the webhook and stuff works, you can do a lot of really cool, crazy, and creative things with it. So we're kind of in the process of like learning that. But it's mostly just the sentiment of members of our community being very kind enough to either draw or edit reactives for us that we can then just, right click, save, change right then and there, whereas that you don't have that kind of dynamic that kind of flexibility if your model is rigged, and it's something that I really, really appreciate about the community, because that's not something that I'd want to lose. So it's not, we're not looking to move to rigged models anytime soon, because I enjoy your guys' memes too much. And yeah, as Jan in chat mentioned there, you can immediately identify which game it is by the reactive itself, and we have a folder of there's Veg a screenshot
How many
there.
images are in that folder?
Hold on, let me check. Also, you didn't include the best one, the one at the top. You didn't.
Oh
you
yeah,
didn't
sorry, I just
include
took
the little
is that
Iva.
one?
Oh yeah, I fucking love Iva so much.
Let me see. Because it does also include I'll take this and divide
So
it in half.
my folder has 110 files. Considering you have an active and an inactive, so that means I have 55 different reactives in this folder.
Mm.
Yes, I have on properties 103. So 103 divided by 2. So I have 50.2 different options about.
Which is absolutely incredible and astounding, and it's also fun to kind of take our base reactives and just throw some shit on it if we have, because like there was a progression. Actually, I'll send this to you as well. There was a progression from the Persona 5 Royal stream, and I'll go ahead and show you that. You don't have to pull it up, but I will show that to you now. Calling myself out here. Like,
I had the Iva model, but it's doing something weird with the transparency, and I don't know why.
Oh, it's because it's transparent all the way through, because it's made of jelly.
Oh, okay, good. I was like, what's wrong with this
yeah,
file?
it's supposed to
Yeah,
be.
yeah.
It's supposed to be.
Yeah. Because
But,
look, the hat isn't.
It's
Yep.
great because Iva's also jelly. And it's perfect. I have so much fun with it, and I appreciate all the artwork that's been made. And yeah, it's something that I do want to keep up as much as possible.
Oh my god, the evolution of
Have
for
you-
note,
so-
hold on. Yeah.
Is there a Bregineer PNG?
Not yet. If someone makes one,
Why
there will be.
not? I feel like this one is the layup. It's right there.
It's true, but also we don't play a lot of TF2.
Yeah.
We
That's
played
fair.
TF2 for a couple of community nights, and we had some reactives for that. But yeah, we don't, like I imagine there would be if we played more TF2, but we don't. As much as we are duo streamers, we don't actually play games together very much. So like we don't really play a lot of multiplayer games during our streams.
I do want to share one of my favorite ones that we have. This was made by Bree. This is the combo of the
very
previous
good.
one that Five sent, and we separated it. Those are on 2 separate layers.
Oh yes, I love the Persona 5 so much.
So I move. So when they speak, they bounce alone, and when I speak, I bounce separately.
Ooh, very nice.
It was beautiful, but
It was great. It was fantastic.
I'm getting all these images in and uploading them in OBS. So while I'm doing that, to buy a bit of time, I do have a very important piece of lore that I need to know about the Bregineer. That
Ooh.
Yes, I need to actually explain to you what happened.
that it's
'Cause that was a very
first and
important day.
foremost. Where are all the rules from? Is this Subway? Is this Jimmy John's? Where did you source these?
So backing up a little bit. It was 2, maybe 3 months after
Expiration date.
after Expiration Day came out, and it was Anime Expo, and I just already had an engineer cosplay ready to go, and we ate at Jimmy John's the day before.
Okay, so I was like, I've only seen a couple of places have those full rolls, and the only place that I know that will allow you to buy them entirely offhand is Jimmy John. So I'm kind of proud that I called that one.
Well, 'cause
Yeah, you
here's the
did,
thing,
yeah.
Here's the thing. You can buy their day-old rolls
Yes.
at the time for 25 or for 50 cents
Yep.
a roll. And I went in there and I went, I'm going to buy all your bread. And they went, okay. And I spent like $15 on 50-cent bread loaves. And as I walked around...
I think you got $15 worth of value out of that.
Oh,
Oh,
absolutely.
absolutely.
As I walked around the halls, I was like, fuck, I can't hold all this bread. So I just started
Why can't I
offering
hold
bread
all
to
this
people.
bread?
Well, no. So I started shouting anime quote, why can't I hold all this bread? How many breads have you eaten in your life? And like fucking anime quotes while like just handing out chunks of bread. And so I just started handing out more and more of this bread. And people were like, oh shit, have you gotten bread from the bread guy yet? Apparently I was the talk of the convention for
The
handing
bread
out
guy!
bread. Until the fateful moment.
Oh, is there some venue restriction you can't have outside food and such?
So have you been to Anime Expo?
Yes, many times. In fact, given the different things that you've said, we have not knowingly crossed paths, but we have been there on the same years and possibly at certain points in time in the same room.
Do you remember the Homestuck pit?
No,
Main
but I can
hall,
imagine.
Take a right down the elevator or the escalator. That's where all the Homestucks used to congregate.
It was the Homestuck pit, yeah.
So that would be right out of Kentia Hall, probably.
Yes.
Yeah.
I went down there trying to find a friend.
And he was never heard from again.
They swarmed me like flies. Children and teenagers and adults all in gray and technicolor, flashy, bright, gaudy pajamas. All completely losing their social skills upon the vision of bread and grand numbers. I fell to the ground and they started picking at my bread much like seagulls. It genuinely looked like playing Left 4 Dead and getting mobbed by one of the hordes. And as they picked me clean of my bread, they finally all dispersed with not a word. And I laid there and I stared at the ceiling and I went, I don't want to be a Homestuck anymore.
What a beautiful existential moment.
Anyways, that's the exact moment I left the Homestuck fandom. And why not fandom itself, but that's the last moment that I actively was going to say, hi, I'm in blank fandom. Now I refer to it as, I like to watch blank fandom.
I enjoy blank. I am a fan of blank.
I like
Not
watching,
I am in the fandom.
Yeah.
I like watching fandoms like a man spreading breadcrumbs for the birds.
On purpose this time.
On purpose this time. So, that is the story behind Breadgineer. That is... God, that was a fucking
Beautiful.
day. The worst thing, that was final day of con.
Makes sense they were ravenous.
Yep, I was going to
Yeah.
say, and also just, cheap / free food is nigh impossible to come by at a con, and that sometimes you're hungry and just, a loaf of bread can hit the spot. That I have had, I remember those 50-cent loaves just in college of, hey, I'm already picking up a sandwich for dinner, and that being able to just nibble on this loaf of bread is going to be my late night snack as I'm working on, whatever project I have. And so just at a con, when you're hungry and, all right, I don't want to spend $8 on some crappy con food that I have to wait a half an hour for, a loaf of bread's looking really good.
It was a great time. up until I got literally actually swarmed. God, that was terrifying. They screamed. They screeched. It sounded inhuman.
I was afraid when the dust settled, there'd be nothing of you left.
They would confuse you for the bread and start picking away at you.
It would just
Indeed.
be bones in the shape of a sandwich.
Why are there bones in your sandwich?
You telling me you ordered your shit got bones in it?
Can I get my sandwich boneless?
Can I get a crunchy sandwich, please?
Oh boy.
That is
Oh my God.
very, very beautiful. And also, I am consistently disappointed by the fact that Valve did not use what the very successful expiration date, that was clearly a pilot. That was a pilot.
So
I wanted them to make either a series or just a movie, because they had the Meet the Team shorts and they were all immaculate, and then that 15-minute production of expiration date, which was so good. And it felt like, okay, Valve has been, keep in mind, expiration date came out in what, 2010-ish? Like
no, it
8,
was
9,
well
10-ish?
after that. It was well after that because
Then-
TF2 came out in 2007. Expiration date was
Okay, then it had to have been like 13, 14.
2015?
13, 14,
No, it
15.
was-
Somewhere around there. But that
Yeah.
was when Steam was really starting to take off. And I was looking at it saying, maybe this is their pivot into becoming a studio, a animation studio, and that they will have this spin-off, and that this is them being able to grow the TF2 and by proxy of that Valve brand, because we've seen companies do that. And I felt like they had something really special
Yeah,
with the TF2
it's-
IP,
Jay,
and they just
What? Huh?
you
What?
just accidentally stumbled into the funniest transition
Huh?
possibly imagine.
Oh?
take it away.
What?
Get the picture.
What picture?
iPad.
Oh, fuck. All right. Fuck.
So,
All right.
so a little bit of backstory, not
Hang
to
on,
this, but
point.
while they find it. I do actually know why all of that ended up going down. This has actually recently come out. It's one of those things where it's like not 100% confirmed, but all of the pieces fit so well that basically everyone's accepted it.
Yeah, because there's always so many stories
were-
in that I'm sure there are any number of plausible explanations. I bemoan and I say, oh, why didn't they? I know enough inside stuff.
They
of,
were, yeah,
there's
they were
always a
on
reason why
contract.
things didn't happen.
They were on contract with Adult Swim and with Time Warner. And I think this is why the comics stopped. I'm pretty sure this is why. Everyone was focused on making episodes to be aired on Adult Swim, which is why we got the crossover Venture Brothers cosmetics, as well as I think there were 2 other Adult Swim cosmetics that TF2 got. And they Valve took too long in the episodes. They Valve timed it because they wanted them to be perfect. Because they pitched it with expiration date. Or no, I'm sorry. I take it back. As the rumors have gone, expiration date was compiled from what they had finished. So expiration date came out after Time Warner went, yeah, you guys are taking way
It's
too
not
fucking
going to work,
long.
and that's why they were allowed to release it on their own, not with Time Warner, because the deal had already dissolved by that point.
Yes, as far as everyone is pieced together. Now, it's funny that we bring up Team Fortress because I have my own little piece of history in the Team Fortress fandom. FIVETAIL. FIVETAIL, what is your claim to fame regarding Team Fortress? We have an image. I apologize with all these pictures we're saying.
Oh, no,
we're
this is
showing you.
great.
Oh, there's this very special image.
I have 3 images, actually. Okay, so, anyone who is familiar with my body of fan fiction work, I do reader fix. That's what I do. I do, third person canon reader fanfics. That's what I do. So, but because I don't typically like the approach to reader characters in fandom, I typically come up with like an OC that's got like a backstory and stuff, and that fits into canon super well. For example, in my Persona 5 Royal fanfic, the reader is the Shujin school nurse. Like, there's a nurse's office that Maruki operates out of, but we never see or hear from the nurse at all. So, like, okay, that's where I'm slotting you in. That's how you fit into this universe. One of the earliest instances I did this was in TF2, where I made up a 10th class. Yeah, this was back in 2009, 2010. A very good friend of mine created this image, which was really cool.
Yeah. Go on, 5.
Because I have no sense of shame, I sent this fan art to Gabe Newell. And Gabe Newell liked it so much that he set it as his iPad background.
Oh my.
I haven't shared this, like, it was easy to find if you dig for it, but I haven't shared this publicly. Here is the chronically 2010 email I sent when he said that.
Oh my god!
Oh my gosh.
I'll you don't have to pull up this image, but I'll read it aloud.
Well, one second. Let me get the image of the art brought up. Just
absolutely.
one moment here.
You do that. I will narrate the email. I posted an image of the email in chat.
Oh god.
Just to prove that it's real.
It got eaten. The link got eaten.
Oh shit, sorry. Here, here's a link to that image, if you wouldn't mind posting that in chat. Again, I have to remind you, this was in 2010. People talk like this on the internet, okay? I promise this was the lingo on the... I'm very cool when it comes to lingo and slang. People talk like this. It was very cringe, and I'm sorry.
It is historically accurate.
But it is historically accurate to the time.
So here's this, and here is the link.
Thank you. Appreciate that. So, I said, Dearest Sir Newell, thank you ever so much for your response. My friend is currently sleeping in her time zone due to the fact that she is a wuss. However, I am looking forward to showing her your reply and instigating uncontrollable seizure-like flailing upon her inevitable awakening. There is an old internet's, plural, adage regarding maintaining a suspicion of the validity of a claimed occurrence until photographic evidence is provided. For those who are not fucking old, pics or it didn't happen is a very old meme, and that's just me saying that but being smart about it.
If you were certainly still exists today, just not in those
not
words.
as prevalent, not as prevalent as it used to be. If you were to take a picture of you holding up your iPad as it displays your current lock screen, Katie and I would surely treasure this IRL screen cap for the rest of our natural days.
For the rest of our...
Most likely framing a printout of it upon our respective walls between the various crayon markings and lone identical TF2 poster. However, I respect the fact that you are a very busy man, and I will simply thank you for taking time out of your day to pay attention to my pestering emails, whether or not you're willing to comply with my inane request. May life bless you with several hats. Sincerely, FIVETAIL. And as you can see, his response was, here you go, sorry about the lousy quality. And here is the photo.
And the file name is just image_0027.jpg.
Yep.
And there is a follow-up image.
There it is.
And there's the photo with his knife collection in the background. I was very cool. Okay?
You're so cool, buddy.
I'm so cool, but yeah, that's the story of how Gabe Newell had my TF2 OC on his iPad, which makes her canon.
Yeah, sounds right to me.
Yeah. Her whole deal was that she tried really hard to pretend to be a guy, but everyone knew she was a girl, but she tried really hard anyway. And, like, she had a slingshot that, like, she could load ammunition and you'd shoot your teammates with the ammo to reload their guns. That was her whole gimmick. But,
this is a very powerful image.
It is a very powerful image.
There's something about the glow in his face.
Yeah, I know, right?
the thousands of knives.
The knives in the background are what fucking sent me, bro. Oh, but, was that before or after you were non-binary? Before. Does that surprise you? She was Canadian, too. That was a whole thing.
Well, I mean, not everyone in Scott Pilgrim was Canadian, but canonically that's where it happened.
True. But, yeah, that was my TF2 claim to fame.
Once again,
now the thing is, you said that it was a 10th class, but there are only 9 images here.
Yes, I'm not.
Or, sorry, 9 characters.
I can't remember. I can't remember what the deal with that was.
Why did you sniper deleted? No
Snipers-
Australians allowed.
No Australians are allowed. I think my
This is
friend
the
at the time
best-
could only fit X number or
yeah.
something. I can't remember.
Actually, no, this is a good balance patch as a heavy main. I like this. Someone to give me more ammo constantly and no sniper. Hey, I can't believe Gabe Newell is basing Team Fortress 3 off of your fan art from
Holy
2009.
We all know that Valve has triskaphobia. It's never going to
That's-
happen.
I can't believe the heavy update is going to be removing the sniper and
Look, her name's Oxy, okay? AUXI, because she's the auxiliary, okay? I have a t-shirt.
That's actually
This-
really good.
This fan art was for, okay, I'm gonna date myself really bad. Does anyone remember Halolz?
Oh no.
HALOLZ.com.
oh my god!
This image was posted there, and it was like the height of my internet fame. Okay? But yeah, I still love Oxy a whole lot. She's precious. But I have so much fan art of her, holy shit. But yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna name anybody, of course, but TF2 was kind of like my pre-Homestuck, where people liked my fic and drew me Oxy fan art, and then like fast forward to now, they're all like animation industry veterans who work on massive projects. Like they drew my TF2 OC 10 years ago. so that's where I'm at. But yeah. Yeah, that's my TF2. I didn't think I'd bring up Oxy today. Holy shit.
That's beautiful. And also, just have you all seen Scott Pilgrim Takes Off?
I'm halfway through right now. I have not finished it, but
Finish
oh my
it.
god,
It's
it's
very
good.
good.
Yeah.
It's so good. I really enjoy it. Yeah.
That's all. I've heard it was fantastic. I haven't started it just yet. Just because I have a hard time starting things, but I've heard it's amazing.
It's very short. It's 8 episodes, and these are 25, 30-minute episodes, not hour-long ones. So, like, it's 2 movies, basically.
It's genuinely something to watch over dinner. It's just we had a very fast dinner.
True.
Did
Real talk-
Oxy get designed before Miss Paul? Oh, sorry. You were just reading that.
I'm not entirely sure what the timeline would have been. I
Miss
think so.
Pauline wasn't introduced until the Meet the Director comics, I believe.
Because the emails from 2010, but Oxy must have existed by like 2009. I want to say 2009, 2010 is when I made Oxy.
Now, the concept of Oxy versus the director are so far apart that there's no way that they could have influenced each other.
Oh no,
But-
absolutely not. No, yeah, I really liked her because she carried around a big old backpack full of ammunition. I loved her a lot. But yeah,
We have so many OCs. We have so many great characters.
we have
made.
so many good
My
characters.
theory is that if we ever get a Team Fortress 3, there is only one possible way in which it is delivered, and that is just overnight at midnight on a day, most likely March 3rd, that a la Beyonce's secret album, no hype, no announcement. It is you log on to Steam and you see the front page, the number 3, and it is Team Fortress 3, Half-Life 3, and Portal 3, the original orange box.
Oh, that
all
would be so
3
fucking hype.
that we have waited years for, and that
would be hype.
just
I'd die.
at once they drop them, no announcements.
I'd explode. I'd pop like a balloon. My
Yeah,
favorite video game of all time is Half-Life. The very first paycheck I got, I spent on a replica gravity gun.
Oh, Wild Rover has the name. Wild Rover has the name.
Orange
with a
Rocks? Oh, that's so good, Rover. Do you work at
that's-
Valve? I'm just kidding.
Jonathan
if you do,
Valve,
don't answer
please
that.
Do this.
Don't
Jonathan
answer that.
Valve.
Rover, are you Gabe Newell? Don't answer that.
I can't
Rover,
believe Gabe
is your-
Newell's
is
tuning
your-
into our stream.
Is your iPad background the secret 10th class?
Yeah, please. Oh my god.
But I feel like that's the only way that we're going to get the third iteration of any of those games that it is just going to be the
Just
orange box,
out of- yeah,
but out of nowhere.
I can't think of a better way to drop that,
Okay.
honestly. That would be so
Okay.
hype.
Have you played Half-Life Alyx?
No, but I've heard that it's basically the closest thing that fandom's gonna get to Half-Life 3.
Okay, I'm not going to say this in a way that spoils it, even though it's a 3-year-old game now. The ending of Half-Life Alyx is all but the equivalent to Gabe Newell standing on a balcony a la the Beatles during their final performance and shouting to the masses, "Hey, we're working on 3 now! Hey, this ending means we're working on 3!" Because it does a thing. It does a thing.
It does a thing that, like, makes
It does
a
a
sequel.
thing.
It
It
shows
doesn't
very
even just-
clearly to be continued.
It's beyond to be continued. It's
I,
it's coming.
I like, not to mention me and fucking Valve in the same breath, but I like to think that it's caught in the same development hell as like Featherbent is, where it's like, okay, we're gonna do this, I'm gonna write this, and then you get way better at being a writer, and then you read back on your shit and you're like, this is horrible, I'm gonna rewrite this entire thing, and then it's just
And then
that
by the time
over and
it's-
over again for
Mhm.
years.
The cycle.
It's well documented. It's well documented at this point. There have been at least 4 branches of Half-Life 3 made, all
I can
with
believe
different
it.
scripts, all with different core gameplay concepts, where the team has gotten like a third to half the way done and then gone, this does not push the envelope enough, because the original Half-Life is the first unbroken sequence first-person narrative game that like actually worked. Before that, you
Really?
could say Unreal. Half-Life was the first one to go, hey, this is like a real place that makes sense.
That's cool.
Hey,
I
we
did not
made
know
a
that.
vending machine and not a block that looks kind of like a vending machine. You could arguably say that some games like Duke Nukem 3D sort of came close, but Half-Life, the original, was basically the first-person video game. This exists in a real-world video game. And then Half-Life 2 was the first video game to implement physics in more of a way than, whoa, look at what that body did! Yeah, the legs don't always fall the same way each time.
Interesting.
And Half-Life Alyx is the
For
first VR game
yeah.
next to maybe Boneworks to make you go, oh, fuck, this is real.
That's what I've heard
Yeah.
about Alex, yes.
And I will not spoil too much because once again, it's almost a good thing that no one has played it. It has the single most terrifying moment in any video game I have ever experienced in my life.
Oh, cool.
There is just one section, but oh my god, for those who know, the freezer door. Jesus Christ, I'm gonna cry, Jesus Christ.
Well, it's good to know. It's good to know that they're working on it. I think there's also a testament to the fact that there have been no leaks, which is really interesting to me. The fact that have there been leaks?
A lot of this is through dubious networks.
Okay.
A lot of this is through dubious networks.
Uh-huh.
That there is work being done. Once again, this is through dubious networks.
Dubious leaks. Source, trust me, bro.
Yeah, and some of these same source trust me bros have been the ones talking about like Neon Prime and stuff like that. So we don't know entirely what's real or not. But also at this point, it's like you can't fucking drop Alex and then not drop 3.
Oh no,
the
clearly.
original-
I
the
think
original
everyone
issue-
knows that it's coming.
The original issue is that they were making episode 3, and then that got way out of hand, and they went, oh, this is just Half-Life 3. And then when it was most of the way they done, they went, we can't call this Half-Life 3. We can't call this Half-Life 2 episode 3. We'll just keep working on it for a little while until,
Just
shit.
A little bit more.
time to cook.
Just a little bit more.
shit
bit.
go to happen.
Scope creep.
Yeah! Exactly.
Swinging to another fandom and just creation that you've had, you in particular, Veg, it's been mentioned in passing, the Eggman videos, the Eggman audio, and just at what point did you realize that you might just be the best ringer for the canonical voice of Eggman?
Okay, so there's a really funny series of stories behind this. And it starts years ago. Back in, you guessed it, the Homestuck fandom.
Oh, yes.
It all comes back to Homestuck.
So
Always.
I became friends through a friend of a certain man you may be familiar with, a Mr. Alfred Coleman, a Mr. Paperbox House.
Ooh, yes.
This was well before the Snapcube dubs. This was well before any of that. I've just been acquaintances and kind of friends with him for well over a decade. We've sort of known each other, and then I went on to do radio, and I hyper-focused on that for 7 years, and I came back, and I was like, what's everyone up to? Five's still doing fan fiction. My good friend named Redacted is now a blue lady on the internet. Okay, that's unexpected. Alfred did what to the moon? And I don't really care. I was like, yeah, good for him. Good job, buddy. And I'm getting ready for a con, and one of my friends goes, hey, we're gonna do a Breaking Bad group, but we need to test how to make bald caps. We're also doing a Sonic group. Do you want to do Eggman for us? And we'll test our bald cap skills on you. And I went, yeah, sure, okay.
A reasonable and logical request.
And so they do it, and they're like, yeah, here's some things we want you to read off. And I'm like, oh, okay. I don't know if I've ever announced this publicly yet, but now is the time to do so. I've never actually watched the Snapcube dub.
Have you at least watched the clip? I have to assume you've at least watched
I've seen the clip.
Okay.
I've seen the clip. But I was just like, oh yeah, that's what my buddy Alfred did. You know, my good old buddy Alfred. And so I didn't make it trying to get popular or anything. And if you notice, I misquote everything I made. I misquote all the videos because I've never seen them beyond a passing glance.
Oh no.
I just made these for friends to be funny. And then they fucking blew up. And I was like, oh, okay. Well, all right then. And then I messaged Alfred and he was like, oh, huh. All right then. It has never really gone beyond that. It's just, at this point, I've made so many posts that have gotten big on the internet. The Who Put Spiders on My Dick, the Breadgineer, the Twilight photo, the Mutant Ninja Turtle sewer grate. There's a bunch of stuff that I've done that blew up way outside. Oh yeah, the Tingle picture. Have you seen the Tingle picture?
Oh yes, the Tingle
I
picture.
believe I have.
Yeah, if you Google Tingle cosplay, you'll see a guy in a Walmart. That's me.
Actually, I'm gonna Google this right now.
I'm gonna Google just because I'm curious to see if it is in fact, like, is it the first result?
I'm not seeing the Walmart.
Oh my
picture.
god, has it changed? Have I? Oh my
Not
god, I've lost my staying power.
Oh wait, there you are! You're on Pinterest, five lines down.
Oh, I found it. Yep.
But yeah, when the video blew up, literally I just kind of went, oh, okay.
Also, question: why were you in a Walmart in that outfit? Was this just was this your Atacon? You're doing grocery shopping for the hotel room?
No. So it was NakaCon, a convention infamous for being shit. and all of my friends were fucking blasted. fucking blitzed out of their fucking mind. People were drinking like the First World War had just started. And they went to me and they went, you don't drink, right? And I was like, yes, you are correct. And a group of 20 cosplayers who now had been reduced to kindergartners were all, can we have Lunchables? I want Lunchables. Lunchable. And because I was the only sober person at that whole convention, I just got in my car. I went to go buy 20 fucking Lunchables. And as I was loading them up, I realized...
What was the cashier's reaction to this? Because it's a combination of...
Nothing.
You could have bought anything in that outfit.
Here's the thing. There was no reaction, which initially concerned me. And that's the funniest part of all of this, is I realized what day it was.
Was it April Fool's Day?
No. It was Sunday morning at 1 a.m. on St. Patrick's Day.
Oh,
so everyone
yeah.
thought that I was just really in the St. Patrick's
Yeah.
spirit.
Oh, wow. That's literally the best day and one of the best hours of the day to do that and actually get away with it.
Yeah, everyone was just thought I was partying. They're like, okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a lot of green.
Yeah, okay. Sounds good. I do have one very important picture to send you. Two, actually, if I can find the first one. So I cosplayed as Dr. Mario years and years and years ago. There are more stories behind that. And I don't think I have the picture, but I got to meet Steve Bloom. And when I met him, I had my recording mic with me. And I'm sad I can't find the picture. He's a big part of the reason I got into voice acting. And so I was able to hold a conversation for a moment. And then I started to break down. And I was like, hey, you're a big part of the reason I wanted to do voice acting. You're a really big influence. I like you a lot. And he was like, hey, no, it's okay, buddy. It's okay. Hey, do you have your demo on you? And I was like, yeah. He was like, can I take a listen to it? I was like, sure.
Steve Mother Flippin' Bloom just asked for your demo.
So Steve Bloom listens to my demo. And he sees that I have my mic on me. And he goes, I was going to ask what you wanted me to sign. I know what I want to put. And I see him write something, but I don't see what it is. And I'm so sad I can't find the picture. He wrote, see you in the booth, buddy, on my microphone and told me I did a good job and that I had a promising future ahead of me. And I bawled my fucking eyes out. I cried on Steve Bloom while hugging him. However, that's the first half of the story. 1 year later, he shows up to a local Nebraska anime convention.
Steve Bloom goes to a lot of conventions.
He does. He's a very, very nice man.
He is so nice. Oh my gosh. And that basically his big thing nowadays is that, yes, he still gets roles. He can get cast in darn near anything. My guess is half the reason that he doesn't get cast as much as he used to is because his rates are so high that most folks can't afford him. But what he does a lot of is that he was a big spearhead for voice acting classes. And then he has this whole like academy thing that started off as sort of what was supposed to be a one-off thing for a couple of people, and then it spiraled.
That's awesome.
And that he's now like a giant proponent of voice acting education.
So he was at this other con. And And I was like, okay, I get a second shot, and this time I'm not gonna cry. Make sure I
You
cry.
tell yourself that.
I wore Tingle. And I go up to him, and I'm like a few words in, and he goes, hold on a second. Weren't you at that Kansas Con?
That's impressive.
He remembered you!
You're that guy.
I
You
was
showed
just
me
saying,
your
he
demo
goes
reel.
to like 20 plus cons a year.
Hold
Yeah.
on. He goes, I remember now. You're the one who did radio. Mark, is that you? And I start tearing up again, and I go, sir, I'm going to be honest. I'm about to start crying again. Just so that I don't. Can I twerk on you? Because that's really funny. That's the first thing that came out of that's the first thing I thought of. And he said, absolutely. Here's a picture of me twerking on Steve Bloom.
I have seen this picture. I have seen this picture.
That is
I did not know
our
that
starting
that is
soon
what
image.
led to it, though.
That
it's
is
a
our
beautiful
starting-
story. It's a
That is me
beautiful story.
twerking on Steve Bloom as Tingle. So that way I wouldn't cry on him a second time.
Now the thing is,
Twice.
there's something there's something else in this photo that I want to point out once I have it on screen.
Okay. I am in the background still attempting to find the first image of me crying on Steve Bloom because it's a very
Also
nice
just, like,
picture.
I know Steve Bloom, like I said, he's a very nice guy. Everything I've ever seen,
Oh,
heard,
yeah.
read about him is that he's a genuinely good human being. All right, this image is too big. I'm sorry, chat and Five. I'm gonna have to cover you up for just a minute
that's
here.
fine.
Oh, that's fine.
But that memory, the fact that he recalled, because I was just saying how many he goes to, how many fans he interacts with, and that every con he goes to, he has the biggest line at the con. He must interact with, if he's at a small con, he's interacting with probably a couple hundred people. If he's at a larger con, he's probably interacting with at least 1,000 on a given weekend, because what he usually does nowadays is just, he will camp out at his booth, and that the only hours he's really not there are the 1 or 2 times that he will have a panel and then go straight back to booth, or if he's eating for like an hour. Otherwise, he generally is not going to walk around a con, go to other things, but if the vendor hall is open, if the autograph area is open, he is just camped there, and he will go through as many people as he can. He has been late to panels because he doesn't want to turn away fans, and that he's just such a nice guy, and that statistically speaking, the number of people, and to remember that in and of itself is mind-boggling.
And that's why I almost cried. Well, I did cry. I was bawling my eyes out as I walked away. He didn't see it, though, thankfully.
Now, the part about this picture, in addition to the obvious that I want to point out, that my eye goes to the left-hand side of this image with who I must assume is his manager or handler, like sort of rubbing her temples, just like, oh God, this is happening. Just, you can see the exasperation on their face.
So good.
What a cool moment.
I do need to add one more funny fact about this. So, look at the underwear. Look at the red.
Mm-hmm.
I did not buy those.
Oh, fuck.
So the previous year at Anime Expo, I somehow left mine at home. And Five goes, hey, our asses are about the same size. I brought some red underwear. Do you want to borrow it for Tingle?
I mean, it's going on the outside. It's not getting dirty.
No, you go on. You go ahead.
So that's Five's underwear, and I just accidentally brought it home. And so every time I've cosplayed Tingle, I've used Five's undies.
I hope you think of me every time you put on that bodysuit, baby.
I do. Oh my god.
Oh, fuck. Oh, God. Good times. Good times.
Oh man.
And now I'm trying to remember how the hell we got to Eggman from there.
I've had a lot of stories and cosplays, from the bread incident to the Eggman incident to everything involving Tingle twerking. I'm trying to think if there's any other cosplay moments that I have that.
I do remember one that I do like to bring up is you were cosplaying that JoJo character, and your balsa wood saxophone got stolen by TSA.
Yeah!
So we had to go to Staples and print you out a shitty fucking saxophone.
Yeah, I cosplayed as Damo from part 8 of JoJo. Hey, 5.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah.
Did I ever tell you what happened when I got home?
Oh, did you find it?
Yeah, I totally just left it on the floor.
Okay, that's fun. The TSA agent story was funnier.
Oh, yeah, no, I totally got robbed by the TSA.
Tiffany's of us kicking the paper saxophone. Oh, fuck.
Okay, there is one other. May we share one more story time with you, Jay? One more very important story time about our friendship.
Aww.
I'd be a bad host if I said no.
This is the most painful story we have had to endure together. But it also, I think, personally, is what truly hardened our friendship. It galvanized us as friends.
Oh god, which story is this?
Hell House.
Oh, the reason you're on an FBI list!
It's the reason that my information is on an FBI database.
Okay. I just want to preface this. I preface the story with the same fucking disclaimer every single time. So I organize con trips. I've organized con trips for like over a decade now, right? What happens is that on these con trips, when we go down to Anime Expo, our group is usually around 8 to like 12 people large. Okay, so I rent an Airbnb because Airbnb is actually still much better than a hotel price wise, and it's just more convenient because we just stay there for a week. So what that means is that I need money 6 months in advance in order to book the Airbnb. Unfortunately, the year of the Hell House, everyone was fucking broke, and I had no room on my credit card. So we were like, okay, we'll just get whatever we can when people have money. So I had to book this fucking thing for like 10 people a month out from fucking Anime Expo, okay? I just want to preface that with it was not my fault. It wasn't my fault.
It also looked great from the outside.
It also looked
great from the outside.
But I will let you take it from here. I just want it to be known this wasn't my fault.
So day 1, I'm not there in the initial wave. It's 5 and 2 others who show up, and they can't get in the house. The Airbnb, the code is wrong. The code won't unlock.
That happens. It's not inherently the end of the world. They usually change them at the end of every single stay for safety reasons. So, okay, something slipped up, whatever, it's fine. We'll get that code.
So they message the owner, who goes, yeah, here's the right code. And they get in. And 5, I'd like you to take at least the intro to this, because I was not there when the door was open. You were there for the door open.
So when opening the door, it was very much like a magic eye puzzle. Okay, so you walk in and everything looks fine. It looks exactly like what the photos advertise it to be.
It was also blistering hot.
It was also really hot. So we're just really
it's
happy
July in
Los
LA.
Angeles.
It is going to be quite hot.
Exactly. So we're mostly just kind of relieved to be indoors, because everyone's jet lagged. Everyone, or after a road trip, so everyone just kind of wants to just unwind and relax. We get in there and everything looks fine, but upon closer inspection, every single part of the house was fucked up in some way.
It was like a fake house.
It was like a fake house. It was like a stage house almost. That's what it almost felt like.
So the first thing we noticed was the couch, where one of the legs was holding on by a bungee cord.
Yeah, fucking bungee cord.
Oh.
And so we're like, oh, okay. And we go to turn on the TV and we're like, wait, how do we turn on the TV? And we look and there's no buttons on the TV. And
the remote is missing naturally.
There's no remote for any TV in the house. None of the TVs would turn on. So immediately we start getting the idea, okay, something's up here. Go into the kitchen, there's beer cans everywhere.
Yeah.
And it's beer cans that are past sticky. Like, the whole can is sticky. This is not, oh, someone freshly had a beer that was left out here 2 days ago.
The last time someone was in here may have been when you reserved it 6 months ago.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And we're like, okay, all right. So this house hasn't been cleaned in at least a month. And so we kind of like sweep those away. And then we start combing the house.
You gotta comb the house.
Yeah, because also at this point that you see all this stuff amiss and you don't want the owner to come in and say, hey, these renters messed all the stuff up and, saddle you with Airbnb fines and whatnot.
So our very first thought, well, my first thought, I run to the dryer because I think I know what's going on. And I pull out the lint trap.
Don't ask me why this was his first instinct, okay?
And it looks like a book.
It does, yeah. That's a fire hazard in the house.
It was as thick as a Bible.
Like, no exaggeration. That is a fire hazard and a half.
No one had ever cleaned the lint trap.
Yeah.
Ever.
Uh-huh.
This had never been cleaned.
Uh-huh.
Because when I peeled away the hard chunk, there was nothing left over. This was the first time anyone had ever cleaned it. So now we're really combing through. We're like, oh, something's fucked up. Everyone goes to figure out what the rooms are. Were you the one who jumped on the bed, or was it someone else?
I wouldn't have jumped on the bed, no.
I wouldn't, knowing what I know about this house so far, I would not jump on the bed. I would not sit on it particularly strongly.
That's right! It was Corey. Corey tries just like, not jumping on the bed, but like, flopping.
Yeah.
And immediately goes, oh!
Yeah, that's right! I heard him from the other room!
What is it? What is it? What is it? It's not a mattress!
It's a box
What do you
spring.
mean it's not? It's 2 box springs on top of each other! All of the beds were 2 box springs.
It's box springs!
On top of each other.
How does that even happen? Beds don't come that way.
We'll get to that. We'll
Oh,
get to
yeah.
that. This is all
Oh,
very
yeah.
important information.
Oh, yes.
This is where 5, their radar goes off.
Yeah.
Also, hello to the Raiders.
Yes, hello,
Hi,
NZO
Raiders.
Flux. Welcome on in, Raiders. I'm Jay. This is Vtuber Talk. I'm talking with FIVETAIL and VEGGIEBLT. They're regaling me with a story of one of their worst convention experiences ever. This is a mythical place that they have dubbed Hell House, where they have discovered everything you could imagine possibly being wrong with an Airbnb. The most recent development being that all of the beds in this house do not have mattresses, but are in fact 2 box springs.
2 box springs and a trench coat.
So 5 goes, I'm gonna look for cameras. And
Proper OPSEC!
Immediately finds a CCTV system.
Yeah.
Immediately finds a box plugged into the wall for recording.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh.
And I need to remind you, this is a last-minute group of 10, 11 people in a house who are all fucking broke. So
In Los Angeles!
In Los Angeles, in the middle of summer. So me being like, hey, this is fucked, we want a refund, let's go somewhere else. Not an option.
Not an option.
There is no option.
So we're like, okay, we'll make the best out of this. We all go to our separate garbage rooms.
Find all the CCTVs, rip them out.
and we were like, okay, first things first, we're turning on the air conditioning. The air conditioning had not been turned on in at least a month.
Yeah, it was hot inside the house.
Yeah, so we turn it on, we all go to sleep. We wake up, it's even hotter. and we check, and the AC has busted.
Yeah.
Of course.
And the owner, we call the owner like, hey, the AC's busted, and he's like, oh, okay, hold on, I'll come get it. And he goes to the wrong house.
Lovely. Did you dare confront them about the CCTV?
No.
Everything else?
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Oh yeah.
So, okay, I need to preface because Five can back me up. What I'm about to say sounds sketchy, but it is actually important for the context of a later section of the story. So the man who shows up is, it seemed Chinese in origin, and
Yes, he said,
was
yeah.
a little iffy with English. This is very important to later on in
It's
the story.
important. It is, yes.
It's very important. He's grumbling. He
was not happy.
He was
not apologetic at
fucking
all.
happy.
Not
Yeah.
apologetic, not hospitable, just like it was like inconvenience to him to get our AC fixed.
So he goes, fixes it, leaves. We're like,
Now,
okay.
for context, is this gentleman the owner or the AC repair person?
A husband of the owner.
Okay.
Husband of the owner, yeah.
Yeah.
So day 2, not much else happens. Day 3, I'm taking a shower, and something compels me to just reach up over the lip of the door, and ouch, what was that? And I look down, and my finger is bleeding.
It was comical.
And there are rusted nails.
It was comical. Like,
Hope
what
you had
the
your
fuck?
tetanus shot.
Yeah.
I did, thankfully. Rusted nails all up and down that lip.
Yeah. They were big too. There were like 2-3-inch rusted nails
Yeah.
lining the crook of the shower door. It's like, why are these here?
So then, a few minutes later, I hear an, oh shit! Loud slam. And we all run over to our friend Corey and James' room, and their bunk bed has collapsed. Almost killing one of them. Now, once again, this next part of the story is going to sound sus. It's a very important. Five, can you think of a more polite way to describe what was sitting out on the counter?
It was porn.
It was porn.
It was hentai. You know
was-
at AX, they like Faku has like a corner of the 18
Yeah.
plus corner, and you get like hentai manga. Like just nothing super, just like regular ass hentai manga. And they bought hentai manga. We're all adults. It's fine.
I don't know if the specific genre had anything to do with the later part, but yes, there was hentai sitting out accidentally.
What was the genre? I don't remember.
It was ladies with extra bits. And
Yeah, got
my
it.
God, they were extra. My
Okay,
God, they
yes,
were
yes.
extra.
Okay, yes.
Once again, unfortunately, this is important.
This is actually, yeah, it's actually relevant. I'm sorry.
This is very relevant. The owner comes by again, now to fix the bed,
The fucking bed. Yep.
and then just stomps down the stairs. And he's so mad, and he leaves, and we're like, okay, all right, my dude. You're the one who gave us a fucking broken bunk bed. And then we get a notification on our phones. Warning! Bobcat in your local area.
Do you have the picture?
Oh, I have it ready and loaded to
saw
go.
someone in chat
Yeah,
a
the
little
bobcat.
while back say the
That's Jan.
bobcat.
That's Jan who was in the house.
Yep.
When I
So-
saw that, I hoped it was a joke. But at this point, I was already like, there's so much absurdity that it could be real. This could be real. And so not only do you get this notification, but you find it.
So we just get a notification there is a bobcat somewhere, and we're like, oh, okay.
I'm so happy Jan is here to corroborate.
It could be
'cause
anywhere
they're
in
that
the
house.
general vicinity. There is a very
Yeah.
large area where it could be. Surely
Yeah,
it is
so-
not within eyesight.
Of course not.
So that night, I'm wearing a Mega Man Kigurumi,
Very nice, very nice.
and I step out into the backyard, and good friend of the channel, Kylie Henke, has her phone out and is taking pictures, and is like, "Oh my God, Mark, stand right there! Holy shit, this is a really funny photo because it looks like you're having an existential crisis." And as I'm staring out into the bushes, I see something stare back.
Send the picture, send the picture. I'm sorry, the picture's important.
And I hear a... And I fucking see it. I have sent you a picture of me shitting my Kigurumi. Quite literally, I did shit myself in fear. When I heard it growl at me.
Sadly, I cannot see the bobcat in this.
Oh, you
image.
can't see the
no,
bobcat.
you can't see
You
it.
can't
No,
see the
yeah.
bobcat. But anyways, I fucking ran inside.
You did.
Screaming. And everyone went inside. Kylie posted this picture. Someone immediately edited it to put Mega Man. That is forever the header. That is forever the header.
Yes.
On my
Twitter?
On my Twitter. That reminds me. Hold on. I need to message JoJo. I keep a list of my near-deaths incidents in my DMs with JoJo.
Why don't you just have a spreadsheet? It's easier.
I know, right? You'd think that'd be easier. So I need to add almost jumped by a bobcat while shitting in a Kigurumi. Hold on a moment.
True. Jan says it was you and James. You both looked at it. I don't remember that. I just remember.
Oh, that's right. James was there too.
James was.
Hold on.
James would have been a lot calmer about it, but yeah.
So we run inside. We're like, okay,
Yeah.
fuck this. No, what the fuck? The next day, our friend Cassidy goes outside
OBS
and just
is
sees it
suddenly
sitting in the backyard.
Bugging out. I did something to upset it, and now it's not
Oh God.
showing the images.
Oh.
The Mega Man onesie was too powerful for the software.
It was, because I tried cropping it and said, okay, no, I don't like that. Hit Control Z, and then it disappeared. And it appears when I open up the source, disappears when I say okay, and also other image sources, like Steve Bloom, does not appear anymore. I'm
I'm so
curious, if I
sorry.
bring it out
I'm
of
so
studio mode, do you see it? Okay, so you do it. So it's just studio mode that's bugged. That makes me feel a bit better.
Okay.
Cool. So here it is. The Mega Man, that is such a beautiful picture.
It's a good picture.
It really looks like something out of just a good 2009 shitpost.
It does.
But knowing the context makes it so much better.
Absolutely.
And also terrifying.
The next morning, our friend Cassidy went out to get breakfast and looked in the backyard, and the bobcat was just fucking sitting there staring back at her.
Also, it had not moved.
No, it was in the backyard the whole night.
It was just vibing.
Did you, I assume, report it to animal control or whatever? You get a notification saying bobcat in your area. I assume there was
I actually
excited
don't remember. Did we do
contact
anything about
number.
the bobcat?
No, because it wasn't in the backyard the whole time, and also like nobody else like actually saw it. And like by the
Yeah.
time we
You
went
saw
out
a
to it, 'cause
legendary Pokemon, and it ran away.
Exactly. And then
Yeah.
Cassie was like, "Oh, it's out there." And by the time everyone rushed to look at it, it was gone. So in hindsight, we should have reported it. But
Yeah.
honestly, we were going
had a
through
lot
so
of
much
other
shit that
things.
week.
It just-
Yeah, we were all sitting there with a cup of coffee, like, well, this might as well happen.
So important thing. This was what, 6 days that we spent in that house?
Well, we usually stay for a week, so
5?
it was like 7.
Yeah, 7 days.
Yeah.
There was a growing ant problem throughout the week, and
But
on day
only
7,
on the second floor.
only on the second floor.
I
the
don't know
ants were
if-
coming in from the second floor.
From the second, there were none on the ground floor, but they were infesting the second floor.
Anyways, they found the ground floor day 7. We were like, this is not our problem.
Yeah.
Bye,
We did
idiot.
not do
This-
this. We did not do this.
We are at the end of this ordeal. We don't need to ever worry about this again.
Yes.
Oh no.
Is there anything I've forgotten, Five?
Oh,
Is there-
I'm sure. There was the dude wipes. There was.
Oh yeah, okay. One of the most important parts was after we had searched the whole house and found all the bad things, our friend Corey went, guys, it's gonna be okay. Opens a cabinet drawer, pulls out a little black bag and goes, they got dude wipes. Someone left dude wipes in the kitchen in a cabinet.
And now every time we go down to AX and do our like intro shopping trip, we always get a pack of dude wipes in honor of Hell House.
So we go home, and Five writes a very lengthy negative review.
I took pictures. I documented that shit.
Very angry.
Polite, but strongly worded letter to HR vibes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Five gets back. Five, would you like to tell everyone what they said?
You deliver it way funnier than I do. I would leave it to you.
They claimed that we were excessively drinking the entire time.
Which is false because none of us drink.
That we sabotaged their AC on purpose.
Yep.
That we invited extra people over and partied.
You always document stuff while you're
Always.
at Airbnbs.
Always.
And my
Always.
favorite one. This is my
yes.
favorite. This is my favorite.
Yep.
Because it was worded exactly like this.
Yep. Go ahead.
And they broke my bunk bed with gay sex.
I didn't point out that Corey and James are just friends, but I think it was the porn. I think it was the porn.
We think it was the fat hogs on the cover of that dojin that was just sitting out.
Because they forgot about it. It wasn't on purpose. Everyone was just shocked, you know?
But the exact wording, they broke my bunk bed with their gay sex.
So
Will always live in my brain rent free. Always.
Yes.
now, I was saying you always document stuff, and Five, you were agreeing. Had you documented stuff for rebuttal, or was this the
yes.
learning experience? Oh, so you did.
No, absolutely. I documented. When things started going down, I was like, okay, we don't have a choice. This is going to be one of those things. So I took pictures of everything. I wrote down. I'm very thorough with my documentation, as you all know.
That was the thing. Just knowing what I know of you, even just from what we've discussed, and I was like, I feel like Five would have probably had the pictures and the receipts.
Oh, absolutely. Because when I left the review, I didn't want to leave the review without documentation. So the review that I left had pictures and dates and email exchanges and stuff, because I wanted Airbnb to know, hey, you know, this person should not be on your platform. And then they replied with their review on my page with that.
So.
And now, yeah.
So. We haven't gotten to the best part yet.
This is the best part.
So like a year passes. And part of my job of radio is finding stories, finding articles, finding things to talk about. And I stumbled onto an article that, unfortunately, since I have not been able to find, and I don't remember the exact details, but the long and short of it were...
You found an article about Hell House.
I found an article about Chinese triads who were buying up large swaths of Airbnbs that had the exact same layout, getting expensive furniture and putting it in one, and then buying cheap furniture that looked the same and putting it in the rest. And then installing cameras for extortion on US officials. If you have any information regarding one of these homes, or you believe you have stayed in one of these homes, please message agent blah at FBI.gov. So I sent it to Five, all caps screaming. We're both like, oh my god! Five sends me all the pictures, the full write down. I emailed the FBI agent and I got a response back. That just went, your email has been logged as evidence in an ongoing FBI investigation. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, just the receipt.
Yep.
So that is why one of our AX trips was so bad. I ended up in an FBI database.
Now, the important question. You mentioned that you found this because you were searching for a story for radio.
Yes.
Did you run the story?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Oh, my God. We were freaking out about it all day.
Yeah, because I was thinking, this is a radio host's dream. Not only is it the most batshit insane story already, but then to say, I myself unknowingly interacted with this and basically did, how many segments of radio must have you been able to fill with this story that you were just telling me now, and that you probably just had your entire day taken care of.
We did spend a good half the day talking about it. It was great. Work was super easy that day. I just kind of showed up and was like, "Hey, bitches, I got today's story.
I got the story.
I got the shit for today."
It's just funny because like before I got to know Veg, Veg has always been a storyteller. And before I really got to know him, I always had in the back of my mind, it's like, okay, yeah, sure, that happened to you. Or like, oh, okay, sure, okay, that might have happened, but like, you might just be, he's probably just exaggerating.
You must be embellishing, sure.
Yeah, for like entertainment value, and I get it. I'm not gonna call him out on it or anything. But that was before we became good friends. Things just happen around this man.
Yeah.
And anyone who's an in real life friend of Veg's will corroborate that story, including Jan in chat, who was also at that house. Things just happen when Veg is involved, and it's great. The man lives in a sitcom.
Yeah.
Certainly seems like it.
Renegade in chat has known me since I was 14.
Okay, yeah,
we went to high school together. Can corroborate. I am God's funniest clown, and he won't let me have a punchline.
Oh, but yeah, thankfully, haven't had an experience that bad before that or since. I know the very first reaction for people hearing that is usually like, oh, Airbnb sucks. Why would you do Airbnb? It's because I have 12 people a year, okay? Like, we can't afford a hotel. Airbnbs have always been...
I've been to plenty of good Airbnbs.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah,
all the other ones, again, I've been doing this for over a decade now. All of the other Airbnbs we've had were very nice. Like, I've never had an issue like this. I think all of my good Airbnb luck just kind of condensed into a dark neutron star for that 1 year, and now all of my Airbnb stays
it's going to be 5 stars from here on out.
Exactly. So far, so good.
God.
Now, you didn't actually answer the earlier question of Eggman.
We know.
What was that again?
What was the question?
What was the question?
I was trying to get initially the backstory on you figuring out that you had the voice for Eggman and then the subsequent videos and insanity.
Oh yeah,
therein.
I just shit that out that first time. Yeah, no, there was no backstory.
But it worked so well.
Yeah, no, I just kind of went, yeah, I like the old Saddam voice. Yeah, I'm going to see if I can do that. Let's see, penis, cock, fart, boner. Oh, yeah, I got it, okay.
Yep.
It's just natural. It comes naturally.
Yeah, no, there was no planning behind the voice. I just kind of popped out and went, oh, that worked.
I remember the first time I saw one of your videos of that, I was just like, dead ringer. Have you contacted? I don't know what studio takes care of the Sonic animations, but if the normal VA ever gets sick, that you might just be able to do the impersonation that they need.
Please, fingers crossed one day.
So
that would be amazing.
They're not going with that style. I would, but A, they're not going with that style anymore, and B, I'm gonna be honest, the way that voice acting's been going, I'm kind of at the point of
I say it happened.
I like indie projects.
Yeah.
I think I like indie projects, right? Just for right now. YouTube's pretty baller.
We're gonna do some indie stuff.
Yeah, I should apply for Bloodborne card.
God.
Now, to say, I'm also biased because I love Sonic Adventure 2. It is unironically probably in my top 10 favorite games of all time. I'm not saying it is one of the top 10 best games of all time, by no means.
But I mean, there is hey, wait, hang on. There is a clear divide between, and I wish more people acknowledge this, that something can be your favorite without it being the best. Of all time.
Oh yeah.
And I appreciate that.
What I'm about to say is proof of that. I have played neither of the adventure games.
Oh, maybe that's one you all should do.
My favorite Sonic game is Sonic Adventure 2, often quoted as one of the worst Sonic games ever made. I love the shit out of that game, even though you can't see 2 feet in front of your face. It's fucking worth it for Music Zone. I don't care if I'm a bad Sonic fan. I don't need to see in front of me. I just gotta go fast.
You wanna know the one Sonic game that I played?
What?
It was Sonic for the Neo Geo Pocket.
Oh no.
That was the one Sonic game I ever played, and the drowning music
Also, wait,
gave me
I'm
anxiety.
A bit confused. So, you said
Sonic Advance 2.
Oh, sorry, I misheard. That makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, not Adventure. Sonic Advance 2.
Yes. Okay.
You know, the 2D sprite one that went back to the style of the
original
Genesis games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I love how everyone in chat is like, oh, I love that so much. Sonic Advance 2.
Advance 2. Oh, well, that one has a much more understandable just not being good, but yeah. But sorry, so Neo Geo.
I love how that just deflated everyone. Like,
it's like collective excitement, collective disappointment. But yeah, it was Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure for the Neo Geo Pocket.
So
that was a cute little console.
I was going to say that actually has lately in the fan base come back to people being like, wait, actually, hold on, this balls. Hold on, this actually kind of fucks. This is good.
Which one? Pocket 2?
Sonic,
Pocket
Sonic Hedgehog.
Event.
Yeah. Yes, sorry, yeah. Sonic the Hedgehog Pocket Adventure. I had to make sure I said it correctly.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I didn't know if it was like a good game. It was the only one I ever played. I don't know if I ever finished it, because I know you're not supposed to get all of the rings in the bonus level, but as a kid, I needed to get all of the rings in the bonus level, and I just got really tilted when I didn't. So I don't know if I ever actually finished it, but it was fun, from what I remember.
So, seeing you do that game also just made me very happy, because I very much like that. And one thing that I usually ask folks who enjoy Sonic to any amount or are fans of Sonic Adventure 2, it seems very clear to me that the Sonic movies, Sonic 3, is going to be, to some degree, Sonic Adventure 2. And that, I'm not sure, did you see the first day of shooting production photo that they posted a couple weeks back?
I didn't.
I did.
So I have it here on stream, and I'm gonna send it in our chat. It is, where'd it go? It's that one. And I'm going to do the good old, because I assume you've seen 2.
Oh,
the second movie, and that we all have known for a while there's going to be Shadow, and obviously they have not been terribly beholden to the canon. I think that is for the best. I think that doing their own thing is good, but with Shadow sort of comes, all right, they've at least kept threads of the initial, or of the original stories, and that in all fairness, there wasn't a lot of lore or story anyways prior to the adventure games, that it was very, very thin. And so this is really the first time they have stuff to work with. And one thing that was pointed out to me, I'm going to do classic enhance.
Yeah.
Enhance. Enhance.
We're enhancing. We're dancing.
Wait. What are we looking at?
When we see it, I have it here on stream, but I also post it. Look on. I'm not
that's
expecting
cool.
a one-to-one.
But still, knowing that
feels
adaptation's on the way.
pretty... That feels like about as much acknowledgement as we're going to get of... They are going to use something of
Right.
Sonic Adventure 2
Oh, that's
in
exciting.
Oh,
the
yeah.
third movie.
On that note, do you know how many fucking messages I've gotten asking me if they've cast me as Eggman yet in Sonic 3?
No, there's this little-known talent named Jim Carrey who kind of has that
Yeah,
role. And
yeah,
yes,
I was
know
gonna
he
say,
says that he's retiring. That the producers have said if Jim's not Eggman, it will not be recast. And to be fair, you could write Eggman out of Sonic Adventure 2. You could just have it be all Shadow. It could work if
absolutely.
they needed to. I hope that they keep. I hope that Jim Carrey decides to keep going because I think that he is a phenomenal Eggman. I think his performance is just... He's obviously having fun, but if he wants to retire, so be it. I don't think that kills the movie. I have 3 very specific things that I want from this movie.
Okay, all right.
And the first is Space Colony Arc in some capacity, that we can figure out specifics, rework. It doesn't need to be the rocket from the pyramid that gets us there. I don't give a damn about all that. Just, give me Space Colony Arc, give me the Eclipse Cannon, give me BioLizard in some capacity. How and to what degree that it mirrors the original, I am very flexible.
Okay.
2, I want, ideally in the opening scene, but I'll take it where I can get it, Sonic skateboarding down a San Francisco highway on a piece of scrap metal. Just give
and of
me
course,
City Escape.
he almost gets hit by a truck.
Yes,
he almost
and a
or
truck
a
chases
truck
him.
outright faces him.
I think that makes for a very solid opening scene. I think it actually could just be lifted from the game. Again, I'm flexible. Doesn't need to be that. If you want to make that like Act 2 chase scene, whatever, I don't care where you put it.
Squeeze it in there somewhere.
Give me sort of that homage to City Escape because I think it's such a great sequence anyways. I think it would play very nicely in live action anyways.
Mm-hmm.
And number 3.
Yeah, number 3.
The one that I have the least faith in but want the most.
Uh-huh.
I will accept an orchestral rearrangement. I would prefer the original.
Crush
Put
40.
Live and Learn in the movie, you cowards. Put Crush 40 in the movie, you cowards. They paid to have Uptown Funk, a top 40 hit, as part of their dance, and I fully acknowledge, okay, you want to have some recent pop thing in for the kids. I am not opposed to that. We can have both of these. I'm not going to tell them that they should not have some, silly little dance interlude with a very popular song. I totally get why they wrote that in. I don't think it's a problem. But if you can pay for Uptown Funk, you can surely pay for Crush 40.
Absolutely.
Okay. So this transitions into something that I wanted to say. Since we've been talking a little bit about like leaks and rumors and stuff. So, have you heard about the mountain rumor in Sonic the Movie 2?
No.
Did you notice that they never really use music from Sonic 3 and Knuckles in any arrangement in Sonic 2 the movie?
No, that most of my Sonic music knowledge is based in the original and the adventure games.
So if you notice, there's like almost none of it. It's almost entirely not there. And it is specifically the rumored Michael Jackson songs.
Oh.
Which, hold on, this goes deeper.
Fucking Tommy Tallarico.
So, I have seen theories going around. Oh, god damn it. Ignis just sent me Sonic Adventure 2.
Good job, Ignis. Good job.
But it's the PC port!
Hey, thank you!
I follow
Thank you, Veg!
Thank you, Veg! Thank you! See if I can mod it so that it plays more like the original port. Fuck, what was I gonna say? Right, there have been theories that it's because of Apple. So, I would like to transition into, if I may, my all-time favorite conspiracy theory. have you heard the conspiracy theory that, and I am not kidding, that Apple killed Michael Jackson?
I have seen that, yes.
I have not, but at the same time, conspiracy theories regarding celebrity deaths, and especially Michael Jackson, I am not shocked to hear that such a conspiracy exists.
So Michael Jackson passes away. And immediately, his family sells the rights to his music to Apple.
And that...
And the entire Beatles discography, which Michael Jackson had bought directly from Paul McCartney.
That's right.
And had been holding on to with an iron grip, going, no.
And the thought being that
I'm not streaming it anyway,
Michael
man.
was not going to ever sign these deals. Apple, being the giant that it is with all of its money, wanting the discographies of arguably two of the biggest musical acts of the 20th century, offs the one that holds the rights to both, knowing that the family will sign it away.
So there is a theory that Apple assassinated Michael Jackson in order to get the rights to the Beatles, which is further proven by the fact that it was like 3 weeks after he died, they got the rights, and they immediately had an ad ready to go that iTunes now had the Beatles.
The exclusive.
Man, sure is interesting that they had that ready to go. Anyways, all
and
those
frankly,
just
my
because I wanted
guess
to play
is
the
that
X-Files sting.
I generally do not subscribe to conspiracy theories, and especially knowing how that was, I would actually sooner bet that those deals had already been in flight.
Oh yeah, they were just waiting.
And
they were just waiting.
That they were actually going to be announced, and it was sort of, if anything, I could have seen them either delaying it because, all right, we don't necessarily want to be seen as monetizing the death too close to the actual death, and them actually kicking the can by 3 weeks or something, / okay, these deals were already inked, and, you know, we have these things, and we're going to sort of frame it as a memorial to him for something that we already had on the books, because also, just frankly, I don't know if they would have been able to put it together in 3 weeks. And knowing how business deals of that magnitude work,
yeah,
even, like, I don't know if they could have put it together in 3 weeks. That is so damn fast.
Yeah. Either way, it's one of
It's an interesting conspiracy theory. It is one of the less batshit insane ones I've heard. I do not subscribe to it, though.
That's Five and I have talked about this. One really funny hobby that I have is ruining conspiracy theories by making them boring.
Oh, I love that. I respect that.
Yes, ending conspiracies, but making them give me a conspiracy theory. Just give me any one.
Oh, like I said, I don't know much about conspiracy theories. Does Loch Ness Monster count as a conspiracy theory? Because, like,
oh yeah, the Loch Ness Monster was real. She died.
Yeah, frankly, I believe that. I think the Loch Ness Monster, in terms of conspiracies, is one of the more realistic ones. Of, okay, some vague descendant of a deep-dwelling sea creature that very rarely comes up, because, you know, there are things that live deep in the water that either never in their lifetime surface or rarely surface, and that somebody saw it once, it became a local legend, and the vast majority of everything else since has been fake. It's just a deep sea creature of some sort.
Tourism and pollution killed Nessie.
Yep.
Okay. Lee, caffeine expert with the moon landing was fake. The first moon landing was fake. The second one wasn't.
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. And you see, so if you ever get in an argument, someone's like, Earth is flat. Well, it used to be.
It got better.
I think that line actually is an all-encompassing. That line in specific can just get rid of every conspiracy theory. It used to be.
Yeah, the Earth has a dome. It used to. It broke.
This is like tangentially I can't talk today. It's somewhat related. But I saw a post about how to for people who are local activists within local politics, and if you're in a conservative dominated area, apparently using the phrase traditional modes of transportation to talk about bikes and walking gets conservatives on your side to prevent like roads and shit from being built. You just have to use the phrase. It's a conservative hack phrase. Traditional forms of transportation, and I thought that was
It's all about presentation, baby. It's all about present. Okay, because also hold on. Okay, Paul McCartney was dead. Replaced by a doppelganger. Yeah, but it was before the band started.
So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it was a different guy.
Wow, so that one just takes it to a whole new level.
Like, it was a different guy, but yeah, they didn't have any fans. They didn't want to talk about it. It was like really sad and traumatizing. They just found another Paul.
All Brits look the same. We know
that somewhere along the line, some promoter wrote the name wrong. There was never a Paul, and that just the branding they took off so fast. They were just like, well, you'll just be known as Paul now. We know your actual name, but just whatever you or heck, even further, the guy was super shy and didn't want to affect his family, so he made the stage name Paul McCartney.
Area 51, they had an alien. It left.
Yeah,
they had an alien. It
they
died.
Conducted the experiments,
It died.
and they either destroyed the evidence or they, had the nice sit down with the alien. They had wonderful discussions, and then the alien left.
Yeah,
they thought it was an alien. They were wrong. Yeah, they thought they had an alien at Area 51. Turns out it was just some guy.
He was actually a cosplayer.
Yeah, some dude.
Gray face paint.
Oh no!
Yes! We still loop around! Yes!
It always comes back!
It always comes back to the ham steaks, baby! Woo!
Oh, God. Oh, boy.
Oh, I'm actually crying.
Yeah, we did it!
Let's go!
Did someone mention sadness?
Shut the fuck up! Shut up! Oh,
congrats.
boy.
That is up there for the hardest I've laughed on this show. Good lord.
Oh, yay! That makes me happy. That makes me so happy. Oh, boy.
Now I'm trying to backtrack and think, all right, how the hell did we end up on conspiracy theories?
You see,
because Michael Jackson one, but then how did we end up on Michael Jackson shit?
Sonic, because we were talking about about the Brad Buxer and Michael Jackson music.
Fucking Tommy Tallarico!
Fucking Tommy Tallarico!
Fucking Tommy Tallarico!
Piece of shit, motherfucker. First American to work on a Sonic game, my ass.
Fucking 7 world record holding piece of shit.
This is just what our streams go like. We both
actually
have ADHD. So we have a tendency to just,
tangents, lots of tangents.
Look, bits.
This is a talk show, and you're talking. This is what is supposed to happen.
Woohoo!
We have a phrase that we like to use, and it's bits per second.
Oh yes.
And you can always tell a stream is going well based on its BPS.
Yeah.
If the bits per second is enough that you can genuinely measure it in minutes, that means it's a god tier stream. Thankfully, most of our streams are god tier streams. Wait,
us.
god tier Homestuck!
Shut the fuck up! I apologize for laughing, but going off of what you just said about our bits per second, right? I know it's a good stream when someone comes back saying, I just went to the bathroom. How many bits did I miss? And someone's like, 8. You're gonna have to watch them all.
Genuinely, unjokingly, a number higher than 2.
Yeah. That's how I know we're on a roll.
Oh my god.
Oh god.
I think I finally clocked who, in terms of content creation, you remind me of, and this is legitimately one of the highest compliments I can give.
No.
Are you
Okay.
familiar with a group called Loading Ready Run?
No.
Okay. I will give the very long story short version of this. Loading Ready Run is a internet comedy group out of Canada, and they've been around for 20 years now. They've done a lot of different bits and videos. They ran a series for Magic the Gathering called Friday Nights. One of their better-known videos was one for, oh gosh, why am I blanking on it? Aristotska, the Papers, Please. But they also it's a whole content network, basically, that they have a schedule that they do, but the thing that I know them and associate them most for is their annual charity marathon, Desert Bus for Hope.
Oh,
yeah,
fuck!
Desert Bus! Yes,
I
know
was
about
on
the Desert
that.
Bus. Yeah! Doesn't Plains donate stuff for that?
Yeah, so we have a community member who donates stuff for that, and also my Eggman video ended up front and center of one of the last Desert Buses for Hope.
Oh, that's all. It's a small internet. That's amazing.
And,
But yeah, continue, please.
Again, very, very long story short. So Desert Bus for Hope is actually canonically the first internet subathon, predating Twitch itself, actually.
Oh, wow.
And also the reason that my annual charity marathon benefits Child's Play charity. And
Aw.
that I realized that the way that you two do the comedy, and also the level of documentation, and that your goal of having the wiki, that there is a Loading Ready Run wiki, and that there are viewers of Desert Bus that have become known as the Video Strike Team, the VST, and that they will document. I will send you the spreadsheets, Five, later, because you will
please.
appreciate these.
Oh,
of
absolutely.
The absolute granularity of just
That's incredible.
that they have everything from just entrances, exits, bits. If there's trivia, challenges, they have graphs for the donations over time. So what I'm about to send you, so that I just sent you the homepage. I'm about to send you like,
God.
Oh, wow, this is beautiful.
This is the day one spreadsheet from this year's Desert Bus for Hope.
Oh my god, this is gorgeous.
And it's just,
I love this.
It is immaculate. It is so good.
That's amazing. I need to up my game.
Now, keep in mind, this is not one person.
This is really cool.
This is a collective of, I don't
collaborative,
know
yeah.
how many people that, they're working in shifts, because Desert Bus for Hope is a 24-hour for 7 days event at this point.
Right. It's huge.
And yeah, so they have a lot, and they have the video links, because not only are they doing this, they're clipping in real time, and that you will see, there's a column on this that says video link, and you will see processing some 5 minutes after the bit has happened, and that they are constantly updating. And if you miss something, not only can you just go back on the Twitch VOD, but if you want to find that isolated thing without scrubbing through, however many hours they've done contiguously at that point, that it will be right there within an hour.
That's amazing.
That's so cool.
But that just the folks there, Desert Bus in particular, not only has the full normal cast of Loading Ready Run, but also a lot of other friends that are in different walks of entertainment, and that their ability to navigate through bits but also bring things back, because naturally over the course of this 7-day event, things come back, and that certain jokes become running bits, and just the amount of callbacks. And what we just had there, I realized it was that was Desert Bus level, and like I said, that is one of the highest compliments I can give.
Thank you. That means a lot. Thank you so much.
But also,
That's
just genuinely, you
beautiful.
should watch Desert Bus, because I think you
Absolutely.
will enjoy the hell out of it.
No, that's amazing.
It does seem a couple of folks here know of Loading Ready Run, at least.
Yeah.
Oh, yes,
'cause
absolutely.
As we mentioned, one of our community members, Planeswalk, has actually made a quilt that went up for auction during Desert Bus.
Yeah, that's how I first learned about it. Cause the quilt that Plains made for it.
They just had, it was their 17th year, and they have raised, over those 17 years, in excess of $10 million for Child's Play charity. The past 3 years, I believe it is now, it's 3 or 4, they've raised over $1 million each year. They are one of the primary fundraisers for the charity at this point in time.
That's amazing. What an incredible effort.
Hold on a minute, I have a bit loading.
Oh God.
Please stand by.
There's a bit loading. Hold on.
Is it something to do with what Bakadakadaka has mentioned?
Hold on. Possibly. Give me a moment. Bit loading. Bit
I'm
is
so
loaded.
curious.
Bit is nearly finished. And 3, 2, 1.
Yes!
What happened?
Our fans are fast. The union works like lightning. This was posted 32 minutes ago.
Thank you. Who's that? Soul?
That's Soul.
Thank you so much, Soul. Holy shit.
Well done. Very well done.
Incredible.
So good.
It's gorgeous. Oh, but yes, we are very, very lucky to have the community that we do, and we're lucky to be able to do this, and I'm excited to see where 2024 takes us. It'll be really interesting.
I wanted to say, by the way, thank you so much for having us on. Oh my
Absolutely.
God,
thank you.
This has been so much fun, and like I said, it's so easy for me as a host when I have folks that can just go on there, but also the fact that there's 2 of you means that, like, you are also just bouncing off each other, so I was able to sit back and just like, I'm gonna let him go.
You've been sitting back having a beer. Look, he went to the bathroom partway through this. We didn't even notice. This is our channel now. I've stolen the stream key. You didn't realize it. This was secretly a heist stream all along.
We forgot to mention that Fetch is a dedicated Payday player, so
yeah. That is another thing I was famous for. I made the Payday iceberg.
The Payday iceberg.
That got fucking millions of views on YouTube while I was making a video on it. I'm still butthurt about that.
Someone else made an iceberg video while you were working on yours.
And I'm sad because there are certain moments where they're like, I don't know what VEGGIEBLT meant by this. And then just continued on. I'm like, read the fucking Google Doc I made for you! I made a Google Doc explaining all of them! Multiple paragraphs!
You went full laser pig for a second there.
I did. That's okay. So that's one really funny thing that I did want to talk about. I know that this just keeps going, but like, it's so weird how many feelers both Five and I have in different communities. Because like, the fact that I can say tits all the way out that I have eaten a meal with Rob Zombie.
Oh, yeah.
And that God, who all do we both know weird
if you
groups
hang
of people.
in certain circles long enough, if you are professional, if you put yourself out there just enough to let opportunities come your way, they will, but never how you expect them.
Well, that's the thing. Okay, let me give you a perfect example. So, we went to meet up with Kira Buckland one year. We were at a meetup.
Yeah.
And we were just hanging out, and I saw this dude talking. And I heard something, Mega Man Battle Network, something. And I turned to him, I go, oh shit, Mega Man Battle Network? I love Mega Man Battle Network. And he goes, he fucking looks away from the group of 3 people that he was talking to, and he goes, what's the best game in the series? Mega Man Battle Network 3, why?
That's the correct answer.
Why? And he rips open his button-up shirt to reveal that he is wearing a necklace with the logo of the Battle Network series. over a t-shirt of the Battle Network series. And then we then spend about 2.5 hours talking about Mega Man Battle Network, and people keep trying to come up to him and like they're talking to him, and you know, he'll say hi and stuff, and then we go back to talking about Mega Man Battle Network. I don't know who this guy is. Anyways, that's how I met Sean Chiplock.
Nice.
He added me on Facebook.
Hell yeah!
I've just had Sean Chiplock on Facebook for years. I didn't know who he was. We just talking about Mega Man.
Good for you, man.
This just happens.
I don't have any big celebrity meeting stories. I gotta
the artist for the TF2 comics.
What? She's a friend of a friend. Like, we're not close or anything, but yeah, we had a drink once. It was funny. But it was my first drink ever, actually. It was called a kilt lifter. Fucking hated it. Disgusting. Anyway, Aaron Hansen hugged me once. That's about it. That's all I got. Oh, and Matt Mercer remembered who I was. That's all I got. Okay,
you have an email from Gabe Newell about your TF2 OC.
I think that does kind of top everything else.
That was from 13 years ago, okay? All right.
That doesn't have an expiration date.
Yeah! True. I still got a picture of his sweet knife collection.
Okay, I do need to tell the Briner story. So I've known Justin Briner for a number of years, Deku from Hero Academia.
Yeah.
And I was into MHA since chapter 1. I've since fallen off, but like since chapter 1, I was begging people to read it, and people were like, oh, okay. Then the anime came out, and people were like, hey, buddy, have you heard of this wacky new anime? And I was just like...
You just squint really, really hard.
Izuku Midoriya was my dream role for years. And when the casting happened, I was like, whoever got cast, I'm gonna hate him forever. And then I saw it was Justin Briner, I went,
oh, wait.
Damn, he's like the nicest guy I've ever met in my fucking life.
Good for him,
Damn it,
for real,
I love that dude. And the next year at Anime Expo, I was like, I'd love to hang out with Justin, but like, he probably doesn't remember who I am. And as I'm standing around, from across the main hall, I hear, Mark! Scream, and he fucking tackle hugs me, and I almost fall to the ground. Very kind, wonderful man.
I can't believe you got glomped by Justin Briner.
I can't believe I got glomped by Zoomer Naruto.
Briner did a voice test for Featherbed back in the day, and he remembered the project last time I spoke with him, which is very, very sweet. But yeah, no, it's no one ever. One thing I never was told growing up in while growing up or while I was in academia, that like academia in general, because I went to university, is that networking isn't a scary word. Networking is literally just like being nice to people, and like
ding 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 ding.
That's it.
Surprise. The networking, the secret to it, it's being friendly, like making friends, but understanding that these friends are more professional acquaintances at first, can evolve into friends,
yeah.
But that also, if the other party understands this, that it's sort of a mutual understanding and it's not difficult. Be nice, be mildly sociable, but also you need to realize if you're in this particular space, everyone's a fucking nerd. Everyone's a little bit weird.
Exactly.
You don't need to worry. As long as you're just, presentable in very basic ways and that you don't cause trouble.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah.
Apparently it's more difficult for folks than I would have known, because I find it much easier to not cause trouble, but
Yeah, one thing that a lot of people don't realize when they talk about networking as a skill, the skill is not, I have to make friends. I must befriend that person because they're popular. Look, there are a lot of people I've met that I could have, on purpose, tried to befriend. I could have forced myself trying to befriend many people, and instead they just stayed acquaintances because I was like, okay, they're nice. Like, we don't really pop off a whole ton.
Yeah.
Networking is putting yourself in a place to become friends with like-minded people.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. That and I'll even add on to that where networking I actually wouldn't change it as a word, because you're not out to make friends with people, because like if you make friends, that's a bonus.
Yeah,
but
then,
you're not out to be friends. You're there to have people know who you are. You are there so someone can be like, "Oh, this isn't for me, but you know what? I know a guy."
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that loop just continues, and that's how things, like, honestly, as Veg mentioned earlier, like showing up, and as Jay mentioned, not causing trouble and not being an asshole or stirring or having or causing drama and having good social media bedside manner goes a long fucking way with
really
people reaching out to you. He's like, "Oh yeah, I know this guy who fills this role, and I haven't heard anything bad about them." Is so fucking huge. Like, you don't even understand how huge that is.
One thing I've said many, many times is that my goal for Vtuber Talk, I don't want to be the biggest or the best talk show. I don't care if I'm the first talk show that people think about when they think about Vtuber talk shows. My barometer of success is if my show can come up behind my back in conversation, and the reaction is, "Oh, Jay, yeah, he's a nice enough guy. Yeah, he's not an asshole. You can go on the show and have an okay time. That he'll make sure that you're treated right. That if I can get that baseline of, yeah, he's okay, I've succeeded."
And honestly, like, making it a little bit meta here, we have, not gonna name any names, but we have been approached by a couple of different individuals to be a guest star and perform a service for these individuals, and they ended up, after further research, not great. Don't want to associate with them, but like when you reached out to invite us onto your awesome show, obviously my first reaction was like, okay, who is this person? And I was able to go back and like watch your shows on YouTube and understand like how you interview, like how chill of a person you are. And we've seen we saw that you've interviewed a couple of our friends in the past. It's like, oh, okay, like so-and-so's on here. So-and-so was on here a year ago. All right, they had a good experience.
When I reached out to you, I actually didn't send you the full boilerplate letter that I send most folks, because that we have interacted via mutual acquaintances at least a bit, to where at the very least that I knew that Veg, I forget if I think we've been on a call on another stream like once. So at the very least I knew I didn't need to do the full shtick, but like I'll send you the full thing that I send out later, and that there's actually a specific line of, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me, or feel free to reach out to any of my past guests. The list is on my Twitch page. I have not all the VODs are up. I've actually gotten very lazy. I'm several episodes behind. I need to do that. But most of them are up.
I'll send you a thing. There's an automatic VOD uploader that I use.
I chop out like the starting soon screen and such.
I think
that way
it
just
comes with a service that does that.
Oh,
might save you some time.
That is of interest to me.
Yeah,
but
it cuts out. I believe, the transition. You can cut out certain. Oh god, I can't remember what it is. You can cut out certain categories or something, I believe. I'm not sure. I'll send it to you later. Anyways, as you were. Sorry.
But so in that's one of the things I do. Just don't if you don't know, talk to anybody else. That here's the big list, and that I've been fortunate enough to have a lot of folks on my show, and that if people go to others and they are told, don't go to that guy, he's uncomfortable, you don't want to be there, then I have failed as a host, and I don't deserve to have the guest.
Right.
Yeah.
So much of it is just staying in your lane and being nice to people and doing the best you can.
Yeah,
And-
just be nice, forehead.
And,
Just be
and
nice.
here's the other thing, that this is like everything you've said of just putting yourself out there to be in a space to just generally socialize with other like-minded people, that I fully agree is the basis of networking. Now here is the secret hack of if you want to go real next level. The thing that if you keep it in mind can lead to more. When you're talking to someone, one, ask about the stuff that they do. You know, get them to talk about themselves. And ask yourself the question, how can I help them?
Oh, absolutely.
What can I do to assist them, make their life easier? Is there an introduction I can make? If I am not personally skilled in whatever they do or something related to their projects, have they mentioned something that they are working on that I know somebody else who would be good for?
Absolutely.
And that
absolutely.
helping other people out, facilitating introductions, that is the next level thing that will, one, make people remember you, and that is a lifts all ships proposition. Obviously, you want to be mindful of the folks that you suggest and make sure that you're suggesting good people, because if you make bad recommendations, that will come back on you. So perhaps be very judicious in how you do that, but that,
Of course.
if you have that mindset of when you are looking to quote-unquote network, in addition to just being pleasant, having fun conversations, just what can I do to help this person?
Absolutely.
That's the key.
That's such a good piece of advice.
So, for a moment, if I could rewind, Five, it is all right if you would like to football this.
Oh, okay.
Because we mentioned, and obviously we would have to be very careful talking about this, and we would name 0 names. Would you be interested in us telling the Columbo story?
Maybe not.
Okay.
Judging from the initial reaction, we will football that one.
Without going into detail, I watched 5 Columbo a man's ass, and it was the funniest thing I've ever seen in my life. 5, you would have made a great detective.
You can tell that part, but not the context around it, because it is a funny fucking story.
Okay. We were approached for a thing a long time ago. And that thing blew up in smoke when the people related to it were outed for not doing good things.
Right.
Years later, we got approached by a completely different organization that gave us, that pitched us an idea. Five and I were like, this sounds a little...
I feel like I've heard this one before.
And then they give us the full pitch, and it was the exact same pitch. And I'm kind of like, oh, maybe this is just how it goes. 5 messages me 2 minutes in going, don't get attached. We're not doing this. And it's like, okay, got it. And at the very end, the dude is like, so do you have any questions? And 5 goes, yes, blah, 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 specifics. Gives an answer. Okay, funds, blah, 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 blah. Gives an answer. Final question. Or no. It was the exact wording of, by the way, one more thing. Do you have any connection to blah, blah, blah corporation, blah, blah, blah entity, and blah, 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 blah? The guy goes silent and goes, well, they are technically our parent company. But it's more of like, it's kind of a different, literally acting like a Columbo character.
It was so funny. Copyright is public. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah, and afterwards they go, hey, I found the copyright on this thing.
Here are the receipts, motherfucker. Here you go.
And the funniest part was after that, we still had to respond, turning them down. And in the meeting notes, it was respond to Columbo'd man.
That was you. You wrote that because you were responding.
stream meeting you in. Who the fuck is Columbo guy? And then I just go, and you go, oh yeah, that guy. It's the fact that you out loud said the words, one more thing.
I didn't even realize.
Yeah, you did. You said, by the way, one more thing.
There is one thing, that good thing, because I meme about, like, shut up! I do meme about having, proper OPSEC, like, operational security, and I meme about, like, keeping your receipts and stuff, but God, does it come in handy. Like,
Yeah,
if someone, anyone that you don't know approaches you as a creator to do a thing, just do your research.
Yeah.
No amount of, articles or whatever, just get to the core of it and just do a little bit of research and you'll be much better off for it. Just good OPSEC!
Yep.
Just proper OPSEC!
If you get approached by a company, Google their name.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that was good.
That's
I was-
beautiful, and it clicks so nicely with you calling all these other things from Persona 5 and all these other games. It all comes together.
It all comes together and saved our ass. It saved our ass. Twice.
It did. But no, that's it's good because I'm very very protective of what we've built, of what Veg has built here. So whenever something like this happens, I'm like, okay, I gotta do some digging. Let me figure this out. Let me read through the fine print. Let me look at the stuff, look up whatever they've done before. Do any of our friends know who they are, etc., etc. And it might be a little bit paranoid, but it's better to be paranoid and end up being safe than like going into something blind just because you're excited. You're excited to be acknowleded by another creator.
If money is ever involved.
Especially if money's ever involved. Especially when money's involved, but but yeah, in another life I would have made a good lawyer.
You would have made a great hitman.
Thank you. Nicest thing anyone's ever said to me.
I'd trust you to get rid of a body. I trust you to get rid of a body now.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, no.
Love how you didn't refute that.
Never mind.
Shows a lot about our friendship.
Don't worry about it. Like, get rid of a body again? Like, I can't keep doing this for you, man.
I'm sorry.
So now I need to find it different because you can't hide bodies the same way twice. You have to be creative with these things.
Exactly. The cops are gonna look for a modus operandi. You have to change it up drastically every single time, and also never do it to anybody you know.
Yep. And
So anyways, VTubing.
VTubing, yeah.
We're VTubers, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, here's a bit of background as to why I think the way I do. My dad let me watch a lot of things that a child probably shouldn't watch, like medical detectives and like unsolved mysteries and that kind of stuff. So I grew up with a lot of like true crime investigation kind of things. I was the only one in my kindergarten class who knew what luminol was. It was messed up, and I wouldn't recommend it, but also it gave me a taste for like doing those kinds of investigations and like being interested in how not necessarily crime itself, but like how people think when they do things. And yeah, it's always been something I carried with me since I was a little kid. So, but yeah.
That's so good. Also, well done on just that was a very well-told story while keeping all names and such
Redacted.
vague and redacted. So, very well done. We said we were going to wrap up, and then we didn't, but now we are, and maybe just that. You mentioned earlier that you're looking forward to the future, and that one of the two questions that I do always ask is, it's depending on the time of year, what goals do you have for the remainder of the year? But obviously, here we are, 4 days before 2024. Do you have any goals for 2024? And that could be in the form of different types of projects, a type of stream that you want to do, merch, numbers, tangible, intangible goals. Is there something specific that you hope to accomplish in the coming year?
I want to get weird.
Congratulations, you're there. Next goal.
No, I wanna get. I have a list of ideas that I've shared with Five. I have a list.
We do have a list, yes.
I want to start breaking out those ideas. I want to.
Always look for improvement. Always try getting better. Always try doing something new.
I don't want to be number one.
Mm-hmm.
I've been number one. It's boring. I want to be the best me I can be proud of.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to be a channel where people can go, yeah, there's nothing else like them. There's nothing else like that.
Yeah.
I think that's what I want to do in 2024 is solidify us as the greatest discomfort streamers of all time.
I was going to say, I love the phrase that Vidaka has used. Discomfort streamers.
Yes, absolutely.
There is a very small subset of channels that when I hear that phrase, like, well, one of the things of 136 episodes that I've been able to see the broad scope of VTubing and broader content creation, and obviously everyone is certainly unique in their own way, but there's just that description. I can already think off the top of my head, the number of folks that I would classify in there is actually quite low.
Nice.
That I know the vibe top, that they are talking about, and your vibe, and just thinking like there's. Funny enough, yeah, I guess I'll make some suggestions off air for folks that I think you might just genuinely enjoy that have similar vibes. But I think you are doing a wonderful job of being discomfort streamers, parentheses, complimentary.
Yeah.
Parentheses positive.
Parentheses positive. Yes.
No, absolutely. I agree with Veg in that we want to not necessarily become bigger, but one thing that we agreed on when we partnered up for this is that, again, try not to throw too much shade. Not going to name any names, but we have noticed that when some creators get to a certain point, they become complacent. And we just made the agreement that we would never become complacent with where we were. So I will let, as mentioned earlier, I give Veg the reins and provide constructive criticism and advice where I can. But yeah, I'm mostly just excited to see what the ideas are and how we can, what works and what doesn't, and what different shit we can do.
If anything, it's not that you give me the reins. I'm the horse. You have the reins. I'm shitty at being a horse.
No, you're a fantastic horse. That's why you need reins. So you know, so
I don't run off a fucking cliff.
Exactly.
Five's not my streaming partner. They're my handler.
Sounds right to me.
Oh boy!
Like I feel like that's kind of how a good odd couple works. Is that you have to have one that is the slightly more live wire than the other, and the other, you know, it's the classic straight man just duality that you have that goes far back into classic comedy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And that's very much what we're. One thing that I pride myself on is taking a professional approach to this business without taking a cold approach.
Yeah.
I wonder also if your time in radio, if that might have actually sneakily been one of the other big things that transferred over to streaming for you.
I consistently say that my time in radio was just a hyperbolic time chamber for clowns. I was practicing with Goku in comedy and just gaining my funny powers to be released onto the internet.
And here they are, released onto the internet.
I heard your brain go blank. I heard the blue screen hit.
Jesse, what the fuck are you talking about? Oh fuck.
Oh my god.
but yeah, just continuing to try new things and
Yeah.
trying things that don't work and throwing those out the window and continuing with things that do work and maintaining the awesome community that we have.
Yeah.
And hoping we can still continue that that viewer entertainer relationship, because like it's something I watch CJ the X. They have a channel on YouTube. They do like video essays where they just rant a lot, and it's beautiful, and I love them very much. But one thing they said that has always stuck with me, where it's like, if we stop being entertained, if I stop being entertaining, I don't want you to stick around. Like, I want you to get something from this. I want you to be entertained. Exactly. If we're no longer to your taste, hit the bricks. But
walk it out.
Exactly. But I'm excited to see where 2024 takes us. It's gonna be nuts. It's gonna be wild.
Indeed. And the last question I ask all my guests is, what does being a VTuber mean to you? And that's not what is the definition of a VTuber, but different people get different things from VTubing. That I've had people say, it lets me get in touch with my inner child. It lets me be someone I can't be in real life. I've had others with a more clinical approach, a more, I don't want to say professional, but I've had folks say, it's a mask that I wear, it's a tool set that I use, and it allows me to be more entertaining, I feel, or I like this tool set better than face cam streaming. I don't have a deep emotional connection to my model, but I think it lets me be the best entertainer I can be. And that those are two pretty polar opposite sentiments, and that there's a spectrum between and even beyond those. So for the two of you, what does being a VTuber mean to you, FIVETAIL and VEGGIEBLT?
Would you mind if I take this first, Five?
Oh, absolutely, please.
I have an answer you probably haven't heard yet.
Please, by all means.
Genuinely, it means spending time with my friends. I never meant to become a VTuber or to sort of fall into this niche. Originally, I didn't use a reactive of any kind. I didn't really start until I hung out with my friend, Party Demoness Minerva, and I just do it because my friends do it. And so being a VTuber just means spending time with my pals and having fun and making people happy.
Yeah, that's a good summary of it. I mean, like, what this means, what VTubing means to me personally is that we've talked on stream about how I organize this week-long trip to LA, and I've done it like every year for almost a decade. And I've invited Veg, and we've had, again, like 9 to 12 people every year in a big old house. And that has always been the carrot on the stick for me to get through my year. That's always been something that I've looked forward to. It's like, hey, things might be rough right now, but you know what? I've got the AX trip to look forward to, and I'm going to hang out with my friends. And I am somebody around them in person that I'm not in my day-to-day life, and streaming with Veg is like a little slice of that LA trip every time we stream together. Like when we take the very rare day off because of a holiday or something personal, I find myself missing it. I'm like, shit, when do we get to go live next? Because like I enjoy it. So it's very much being my most authentic self, and that's kind of the opposite of what a lot of people do with VTubing. Like not like everybody, but many people take on like this persona. This is a character that they play. Whereas if you see me on stream, that's just basically who I am around the people that I'm closest to, and it's not a personality that I get to put on display very, very often. So yeah, it's just about as Veg said, playing games with friends and just having a little tiny slice of that awesome vacation every time we hit live.
I always ask that question at the end of the show because, first off, it obviously sort of helps put a nice bow on everything, but also asking it after a however many hour, in this case, congratulations, you are all in the 5-hour club, which is a very... That's the other thing of... I feel it's a radio type thing that you're very quick with the soundboard.
Oh yeah. I wish I had my old soundboard. God, I wish that voice mod supported rotators.
and that there's consistency, that the answers always make sense given the conversations over the course of a show, one way or another, and that the answers sometimes end up presented a bit more succinctly or perhaps a bit more emotionally, but that they always add up, and that from the things we've discussed tonight in terms of just the way to run your streams, the way that you run your partnership, and the way that you run your community, it all is very consistent, and it's something that I'm very glad that you stumbled into VTubing, even if it wasn't the intent, because it very obviously has allowed you not only a particular niche of a creative outlet for something that you seem to have already been predisposed to, but that then you two crossing paths has allowed you to be greater than the sum of your parts, and that I'm sure 2024 is going to be quite the year for you two. I'm very much looking forward to it.
Oh, thank you so much, and thank you again for having us. It's been a blast.
Yeah.
Thank you, chat, for sticking around for
thank you.
5 hours. Jesus.
Oh my god.
But I've had a wonderful time. You were a fantastic host. Thank you for having us on your channel.
Pleasure is all mine. Well, thank you, Nuka Kappa.
Aw,
The Union leader!
Yay!
Union!
And now the secret last question: who would you like us to raid?
Ooh!
I'll let you all do a bit of browsing while I do some last housekeeping. There were some follows that I missed over the course of the show because the conversation was just so good. So let's see who I missed. I think I mentioned Ignis already, but thank you, Ignis, just in case. Cynical Gremlin, Ghost Buoy, Denton02, Monty Mayhem VT, Thinking Peak, Nuka Kappa, and Declan Hunt. Thank you all so much for the follows. I apologize for not getting to you earlier. I try not to interrupt things, and that obviously the conversation was just flowing so much tonight. But
Positive.
yes. But if you all are interested, I'm just Vtuber Talk here on Twitch and Twitter. I do these shows about once a week. Like I mentioned, not exactly with consistency, but I do always announce things. So if you are interested in things of this nature, you can follow me there. And if you are not following FIVETAIL or Veggie for some absurd reason, please do correct that. Their links are there at the bottom of the screen, at the bottom of the channel panels if you're watching on Twitch, and will be in the video description if you're watching on YouTube.
It appears that the Union has voted JoJo.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, all
So
right.
it'd be Java Jojo.
Yep, here you
Can
go.
you please send me the link that way I don't misspell
there
it?
you
Perfect.
go.
Thank you. Awesome. Well, please do tell JoJo that Five and Veggie sent you all. Again, thank you so much for tuning in, Five Veg. Thank you so much. This has been an absolute delight. And hopefully I'll be talking with you all again soon, because I mentioned my 3rd anniversary charity marathon, which is going to be
Yes.
January 13th and 14th, so it's coming up, and it's going to be big if everything goes according to plan.
Ooh, wonderful.
So here's hoping. But that's for another day. So once again, thank you all so much. Have a great rest of your evening. Tell JoJo we say hi, and I will see you all next time.
Bye, guys!
Goodbye.